Or sit here.
No signal.
Okay. No. Can come on. Okay. Минуточку внимания. Здравствуйте. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. It's my honor to welcome you to the first Nazarbayev University International Conference on Planetary Health and Sustainable Healthcare. Today, we gather to explore the intersection of planetary health and sustainable healthcare practices, share our knowledge, and foster collaboration across disciplines. And to open the conference, I'd like to invite our esteemed colleagues to say a few welcoming remarks. First, it's my pleasure to give the floor to the Professor Rehan Sadiq, Provost of Nazarbayev University. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me well? Okay. Yeah, thank you very much, everyone, and good morning. Glad to see so many guests and our esteemed colleagues here as well. So my name is Rehan Sadiq, and I'm a new provost here. Still calling myself as new, 9 weeks here. And I'm an engineer by training, and but my area of focus is water quality and human health. So this conference comes out as a surprise that we are holding this conference here, which is very relevant, and talking about planetary health. And I do a lot of work with my colleagues in who are medical doctors and public health experts. So when I started looking at the topics, it was fascinating to see that many topics which I've been researching on my own, or I know that community who have been doing this kind of work. So I would like to congratulate our NU team and our holding this conference. So first Nazarbayev International Conference on Planetary Health and Environmentally Sustainable Healthcare. And my personal experience, what I have seen, that many of the things which we do, especially if coming from an engineering background, we just start looking from the technical feasibility perspective and economic viability perspective. But hardly we touch on the other aspects which are directly impacting us, which basically any activity we do, even the healthcare has an interaction with environmental. And this is a nexus, basically. So you want to improve healthcare. Many times they are energy intensive exercises. Many times it was water intensive practices, which has a direct impact on our system. So how we can understand that? So we need a very, very multidisciplinary, interdisciplinary approach to address this issue. When I start looking in the topics which will be presented in next, including today, next 2 days, they are all related with these things. So we need to better understand how healthcare can be connected with environmental impacts. So when looking at the presentation topics, looking at the keynote speakers, and also the poster presentations, I was quite fascinated to see that how these things are going to be contextualized for Kazakhstan. And also this is very important, which I was also very glad to see. There are so many international delegates here. I definitely can see that people from US, UK, and from the Central Asia region are very interested into this kind of a topic. So this event is very, very important event. I like to see, we all start looking at this thing as a collective problem. It's something which we need to address and come up with a solution. And it is very multidisciplinary. I'm sure in this room, we have engineers, doctors, public health experts, social scientists from across the discipline, because this is an area which touches everyone at personal level, at the community level. And it is our responsibility to address this issue with the evidence-based approach. So this conference is definitely going to address those things. In addition, I like to also highlight one thing, that NU is a university which is just only 15-year-old. And starting its mark, first 15 years for us was to build our foundation. And now we are reaching to a point where we're getting regional recognition and global recognition. And we have very clear strategic goals, which include multidisciplinary research, international partnerships, promoting health, science, and sustainability, and preparing our future leader to transform their professions and communities. All these strategic goals are directly aligned with this conference. And so this is extremely important for us. In addition, as I mentioned earlier, the topics of, I will highly encourage all of you, because you made an effort to come here. I see a lot of young people here. Please stay engaged in the sessions. It's so important that this curiosity of knowledge and is there, and engage with the poster presentations as well. And give your feedback. Engagement is so important. And we are all here are sharing our knowledge, expertise, but also we are here to learn. So I congratulate again the organizer of this conference. And also I would like to acknowledge our sponsors who are behind this conference, because it's a lot of work of 1 year effort of the whole team. So at this point, I would like to close my comments, but I'll say, wish you all the best for this next 2 days. And I'm looking forward for very meaningful discussions and seeing, I'll be talking to the Dean and my colleagues here in NGU and get the feedback. So please enjoy your conference, and wish you all the best. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Professor. Our next speaker, so we're honored to invite Professor Massimo Pignatelli, Vice President of Medicine and Dean of Nazarbayev University School of Medicine. He will join us online. Let's welcome him.
Good morning. Good morning, everyone. Apologies that I'm unable to be with you in Astana, but I didn't really want to miss the opportunity really to welcome you to Nazarbayev University School of Medicine. And we are particularly honored and privileged to host this first international conference on planetary health and environmentally sustainable healthcare. We heard already from our provost how important is this topic also for the university. The concept of One Health, which is environmental health, human health, and animal health, is extremely relevant and is a really high priority also for the School of Medicine and for the ecosystem of Nazarbayev University Medicine. We see every day the impact of climate change on the environment and also on the health of humanity. And certainly the health of humanity and the health of our planet are really interconnected. And whenever we try to address these global health challenges, as also we heard already, we need partnership, we need collaboration, we need intellectual generosity among all the different stakeholders, the academia, the university, the private sectors, the government. And I see this conference, this event today, much more than an international conference. It's a call for action from all different stakeholders really to work together, trying to develop common goals and a clear action plan. And I would, as we also heard from the provost, we really like to encourage to engage and to work together, to exchange ideas. And I would like really to see at the end of this conference a clear plan really for collaboration and for partnership. And the Nazarbayev University School of Medicine and the NU Medicine will be ready really to support this initiative. So in summary, welcome again to Nazarbayev University School of Medicine. I wish you a very fruitful collaboration, and I will be in Astana next week, and I'm looking forward really to follow up some of the discussion and plan that will be developed during this conference. Thank you very much for coming to this conference.
Thank you so much, Dr. Pignatelli. Moving on, we are pleased to invite Dr. Eric Bayjunusov, Chairman of the Board of the National Center of Public Health Care of the Kazakhstani Ministry of Health. Let's welcome him.
Thank you. Distinguished participants of the conference, I extend my gratitude. Thank you very much for invitation to the conference today. That's a brilliant opportunity for me to present my brilliant knowledge of English language. However, please let me proceed in international language of communication. Distinguished colleagues, our center is called the Center of Public Health Care. Therefore, we work on the topical issues of healthcare. Just briefly, I would like to inform you about the key challenges that we work on today. The name of today's conference demonstrates that in the nearest future we will face several key problems that we call global problems. First of all, there is a problem of globalization. The latest pandemics that we lived through demonstrated that we cannot just hide in any part of the world and save ourselves from any type of infections. Nowadays, due to globalization, any viruses, any diseases are proliferated from one part of the world to another. As of today, in 2025, 777 million people are infected and 7 million out of them are already dead. That means that there are new challenge that we need to overcome in the nearest future. Are we ready for that? The latest pandemic of COVID-19 was a test of survivability of humanity, and now we do not know what other challenges lie ahead. And the latest outbreaks of certain diseases demonstrate that we need to be constantly ready. Viruses and bacteria do not know borders, customs, religions, countries, anything. That's why alienate from others and to live in solitude is not a decision, not a solution. That's a mistake. The whole world has understood that no sole country can resolve this issue on their own. These global issues can be resolved only through collective efforts. And these collective efforts will help to overcome the global issues of tomorrow. Another question is how we managed to overcome the latest pandemic of COVID-19. That's quite a challenging question. On the basis of such huge universities, we need to analyze these questions and to plan for the future. The second global issue is climate change, global warming, repercussions of which we feel daily. As of December 4th, we all witnessing extremely warm weather in Astana, the warmest winter in 25 years. This climate changes reshapes the whole environment. We see both positive and negative repercussions. Kazakhstan is located in a very challenging region. We all know in the previous environmental calamities, for example, Aral Sea shrinking. And the reason behind is stupidity of humanity. And now in all the nearest regions we experience consequences of ecological catastrophe. It means that ecological catastrophe has direct impact on human societies. We all know, we all also experiencing right now how climate change in Arctic in Arctics reshapes climate situation all over the world. Now 3 countries, Kazakhstan, Uzbekistan and Turkmenistan, already started to initiate the further activities to plant trees on the previous seabed of Aral Sea. And we plan further activities how to fix our previous mistakes jointly. That's one of our common goal. And to conclude, I want to exemplify one thing. Our center also research Congo, Crimea fever. I believe you all know the consequences of this fever. Historically, this, as you know, this disease, this fever, was proliferated due to fever ticks. And historically, in the last 3 years, we see that more people get infected, even with fatal cases. That's why our task is to research this problem. Interestingly, distinguished colleagues, the main animal, the main enemy of these ticks are partridges, and historically people eat a lot of partridges, and as a result there are no animals to eat, to consume these ticks, which disseminate this fever, this infection. That's why from our side, from human side, it would be wrong to blame the ticks. We need to analyze the root cause of these events. That's why it's the key time for us, when we need to learn how we can understand and respect our nature and to live in harmony and do not repeat our previous mistakes. Today there are a lot of talented and young scientists, and I would like to address you. You has a task to save not only the whole region but the whole world, because future is decided at such conferences, at such platforms that we have today. And once again, I would like to wish success to this conference, and I wish us to have very fruitful discussions within this conference which will serve for the benefit of our country. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Invite Dr. Saken Kalkamanov, Chairman of the Board of the International Green Technologies and Investment Project Center, Kazakhstani Ministry of Ecology and Natural Resources.
Thank you. I'm not doctor. Will be. Thank you. Құрметті әріптестер, қымбатты кездесуге қатысушылар. Алдымен Назарбаев университетінің денсаулық сақтау және орнақты даму.
So the problems of sustainable development is one of the key problems to ensure the future of the further generations. Nazarbayev University is one of the leading universities working with the engineering, new engineering technologies. The university is one of the leading higher education institutions working with the innovations, and it plays an important role in the development of these innovations. It works on the issues of the transformations and ecological issues. So I wish the participants of the conference to have a fruitful conversation today. Thank you for your attention.
We sincerely thank all our distinguished speakers for their welcoming remarks. And I'd like to inform you that on the behalf of the organizing committee, we will follow the conference program and we can start our conference sessions. Thank you for your attention. Sorry? There is a suggestion to make some group photo, if you don't mind, of course. Please just stand up and stay here at the center, please.
We can start on time, no? Yeah, we are on time. Yeah, 10 o'clock. Okay, perfect.
Yeah. Uh, Kirlitan, good morning. We are going to start the scientific part of this conference, and I had the honor to introduce our first plenary speaker with Renzo Gento from originally from the Filipinas, but now, although most of his time formerly in Singapore, planetary health expert and planetarist by definition. So Renzo is a medical doctor who specialized and got a doctorate in public health from Harvard University, and since then has been professionally, scientifically, but also an activist in mobilizing the idea of planetary health at the different levels that it's necessary to respond to the challenges that our planet is suffering. Well, before problems that in this country, in this region, we have in planetary health, we are exposed to one of the catastrophic worst examples was the RLC tragedy. But this unfortunately should provide significant lessons for not just the future, but for the present, and how we right now start to imagine how can we proceed in planetary health. What I'm saying, Renzo will probably be more structured and much better than I. So let me join in giving a warm welcome to Professor Renzo Quinto to start with this planetary health conference. Renzo, my pleasure.
Thank you so much. Muchas gracias, Antonio. Thank you very much. And good morning, everyone. Is that the loudest good morning that I can expect from snowy Kazakhstan? Thank you. I'm not sure if you can see me because I'm not, unfortunately, very gifted with height. So maybe I can also use this microphone. Okay, this is a clicker. Hello, hello. But maybe I can stand up here on the side. And I have a backup mic. Okay, great, wonderful. Thank you so much, Nazarbayev University. Congratulations on your 15th anniversary. Hopefully more anniversaries to come. Special thanks to Antonio and to Jonas for making this happen, for making sure that I am able to travel from sunny Singapore all the way to snowy Astana, right? We're going to talk about the planet. We're going to talk about the climate crisis. And I think that's the best image, right? From sun to snow. Okay? But today I'm going to, and I'm very privileged to be opening this conference to present to you, but also to argue to you that planetary health, in this day and age of suns and snows, we need to expand the healing mission of medicine in the 21st century. And I want to start by remembering my past 2 visits to Kazakhstan. This is my 3rd trip to your beautiful and vast country. I was here, and you can see my 20 years ago self, right? Did anything change? Okay. I was here 2008 in Almaty. That's the first time I came here. The second time was 2018, shortly before the pandemic, here in Astana. And if you noticed, I've been coming back here every 10 years. Why? Because in 2008 was the 30th anniversary of the Alma Ata Declaration. Who among you knows the Alma Ata Declaration? Can I have a show of hands? Only a few? When Alma Ata Declaration was made in 1978 in then Alma Ata, Kazakhstan, or USSR rather, now Almaty, Kazakhstan. So I was in Almaty during the 30th anniversary. 10 years later, 2018, the 40th anniversary of the Alma Ata Declaration held here in Astana, which gave birth to the Astana Declaration on primary healthcare. I think I'm seeing some faces nodding. You remember that landmark declaration by the World Health Organization. So I thought I'll be back here in Kazakhstan in 2028. Because as I mentioned, I always come back here every 10 years. But Nazarbayev University made my visit 3 years earlier. So it's great to be back, and hopefully this is just the third of many more to come in this beautiful country. But, I mentioned about the 10th year anniversary commemorations of the Alma Ata Declaration. But this year, there's another 10th year anniversary that we are actually remembering and celebrating. And that is the 10th year anniversary of the introduction of the concept of planetary health in the journal The Lancet. Do you remember the 2015 article, commission report, that defined and introduced the concept of planetary health? As you can see in this poster, it says here, it's time for a new discipline. Okay? And what is this new discipline? There are two definitions of the planetary health concept. The first one is in this 2015 commission report, again published in The Lancet. Planetary health is the health of the human civilization and the state of the natural systems on which it depends. So as you can see here, we're not anymore just talking about the health of people. We are also talking about the health of our Earth's natural systems. This is a stark contrast with the more familiar term public health. I'm sure you know what public health is, or population health. The concern is about the health of people only. And then now we're talking about the health of the planet, which we cannot anymore ignore. So that is in the 2015 report that we are commemorating this 2025. And then there's another definition from the Planetary Health Alliance. Planetary Health Alliance is a global network of more than 500 universities, organizations, all dedicated to the promotion of planetary health thinking and action. So, it used to be headquartered at Harvard University, and then now the secretariat is based in Johns Hopkins. And we do have a lot of members from across Asia. I hope Nazarbayev University will also join the Planetary Health Alliance soon. And how did the Alliance define planetary health? It's a solutions-oriented, transdisciplinary field and social movement focused on analyzing and addressing the impacts of human disruptions to Earth's natural systems on human health and all life on Earth. I know it's a long definition, but I think it highlights the critical ingredients of planetary health as being focused on solutions, not only diagnosing the situation. Transdisciplinary, it's not just about medical doctors such as myself trying to save the world. We need everybody here. So who among you are coming from outside of the field of medicine and the health sciences? Can I have a show of hands? Hey, we need to do a better job in embracing more disciplines from engineering. I can see my engineering friend there, or ecology, or economics, and many other disciplines. I always remind my medical students in Singapore and the Philippines, by the time they graduate, they should have at least 5 new friends who are not fellow physicians. One should be an economist. I can thank you for that applause. You're not a physician. Okay, so we need more friends from outside of the hospital and the medical school in order to be, not only learning, new skills and perspectives, but also, when disciplines collide, that's when innovation erupts and emerges. So, and then it focuses again on the impacts of the disruptions to the planet, on the health of people, but also on all life on Earth. Earlier, we heard from the Dean of the Faculty of Medicine, the One Health approach. We need to also take into consideration the health of animals, the health of the environment, and many other components of the Earth's natural systems. So, in short, this is how I simplify planetary health to not only my students and colleagues, but to our patients and to our communities. In planetary health, we now have two patients, not just the people, but also the planet. You have that kid wearing a face mask trying to protect herself from the unseen coronavirus. But on the other hand, you have Mother Earth also wearing a face mask, not to be protected from SARS-CoV-2, but to be safeguarded from the myriad ecological damages that we are inflicting on her as a result of our irresponsible human activities and behaviors. And this idea that we need to take care of the planet as we take care of the human patient, this is not a new idea, not a novel invention. We just have to go back to Hippocrates, the father of Western medicine. I'm sure you're familiar with the Hippocratic Oath. The physicians in the room recited the Hippocratic Oath before we entered medical practice. But Hippocrates also wrote a lesser-known text entitled Air, Water, and Places. And in that text, he actually was reminding medical students to study the winds, to study the quality of water, to study the design of cities and communities, because all of these are vital environmental determinants of health. So even in ancient times, Hippocrates was already embracing planetary health principles. Fast forward in 2020, a group of us co-published in The Lancet a re-envisioning or reimagining of the Hippocratic Oath. We called it a planetary health pledge for health professionals in the era or the epoch of the Anthropocene. I'll discuss the Anthropocene in a short while, but basically this re-envisioned Hippocratic Oath already includes the care of the planet as part of our expanded healing mission. And then in the 1990s, there is this Australian epidemiologist, Anthony McMichael. He's the first one to write about climate change as a health issue, because for the longest time, climate change was about polar bears getting dehydrated. Of course, we want our polar bears to be healthy and fluffy. But the human face of climate change has not been well articulated until McMichael and other public health scientists began looking at the climate change and health intersection. And what did he write in the early 1990s? He said in a commentary that the health sector must lift its gaze to bigger ecological horizons. This will require a radical extension of the public health agenda, which I think is what we're now calling the planetary health agenda, that radical extension. And fast forward, if you go to the end of the passage, again, he was encouraging us all to develop an ability to collaborate with unfamiliar disciplines such as climatology and ecology. So hopefully the next Planetary Health Conference will have more people, colleagues from these unfamiliar disciplines talking to us and exchanging ideas with us in the health sciences. And then again, we just need to go back to indigenous wisdom, to ancient cultures, to faith traditions, many of which exist in the Asia-Pacific region, to discover, to realize that the planetary health message that the health of people and the planet are deeply interconnected, that this has been existing in our civilizations for many, many centuries. Let me just read this passage from Chief Seattle, an indigenous leader of the Americas. The earth does not belong to man. Man belongs to earth. Man did not weave the web of life. He is merely a strand in it. Whatever he does to the web, he does to himself. So all the harms, the damages that we inflict on Mother Earth, they all come back to us in the form of human disease, despair, disability, and sometimes even death. That is the planetary health message. So here, this diagram summarizes to you the planetary health story. I mentioned this term earlier, Anthropocene. Anthropo in Greek means man, anthropogenic, anthropology, Anthropocene, which means that many of the alterations, the major changes that we are seeing in our Earth's ecosystems, they are not happening out of some natural or unexpected phenomenon. These are all induced by human activities, behaviors, and decisions. Anthropogenic, Anthropocene. And what are these underlying drivers? Our cultures, our values, our behaviors, our consumption patterns. Everybody's looking forward to the next model of the iPhone, right? Or some other gadget. Population changes, growth, population growth, aging. We now live longer lives, and that means more years to pollute and to use the Earth's resources. Migration, population, mobility, urbanization, among others. So all of these underlying drivers then create a wide array of environmental changes, and later on we'll be talking about some of them. You can see them in the middle of this diagram. And then eventually, as you can see on your right, that every health outcome is expected to be impacted by these human-induced environmental changes. You name it, nutritional diseases, infectious diseases, non-communicable diseases, direct injuries, child and reproductive health, even mental health, because the health of our brains and our hearts is shaped and influenced by the changing environment. So in short, regardless of your discipline, your clinical specialty, you work on maternal and child health, you have a place in planetary health. You are a dermatologist, you are a neurologist, everybody has an important role to play in planetary health action. So, now I'm going to pivot a bit. What is the state of our planet's health and our people's health? So I want to introduce to you a framework. You know, there are many ways to measure the health of human populations: life expectancy, child mortality, maternal mortality ratio, among others. But how about measuring, assessing the health of the planet? So I'm introducing to you the framework of the planetary boundaries. When we say it's a boundary, it's a limit. You cannot go beyond it, you cannot cross it, you cannot transgress it, you cannot violate it, because if you do so, something wrong happens. And that something wrong or bad is that the planet becomes less conducive for human survival and well-being, and even of all other life forms. So here, and I'm showing to you the chief architect of the Planetary Boundaries Framework, Professor Johan Rockström. He just visited us 2 months ago at the National University of Singapore, and that's where he announced the current and the most up-to-date situation of the planet's boundaries. You can see in the diagram that there are 9 planetary boundaries that have already been identified by scientists. And this is a bad news. Out of the 9 boundaries, 7 have already been violated or breached. Those are the ones in orange. And let me enumerate them all. Climate change, we've been emitting the greatest amounts of carbon into the atmosphere, destabilizing the global climate system. biosphere integrity or biodiversity over the past century, we've seen the fastest rate of extinction of creatures great and small. Land system change, we've been converting every natural habitat into a city, a beach, a casino, a golf course, etc. Freshwater change, the water in our lakes and rivers are now not only overconsumed, but also overcontaminated. Antonio, you were mentioning the RLC situation a while ago. Biogeochemical flows of phosphorus and nitrogen, two important elements in the ecosystem, now disrupted and damaged as a result of our addiction to artificial fertilizers in the name of large-scale agriculture. Novel entities, because we've been inventing new chemicals and compounds. We manufacture them in the factory, we release them to the environment. One of the greatest examples is plastic, because now microplastic is floating in our oceans, choking our waterways, and microplastic is now even detected in our bloodstream. So it's now flowing in our veins and arteries. It has violated not only the planetary boundary, but also the human boundary. And the most recent boundary that has been violated this year is the boundary for ocean acidification. I know in Kazakhstan is landlocked, right? So you don't have an ocean, right? Or access to an ocean. But the oceans like the Pacific, the Arctic, the Antarctic, and Indian, they are all vital for the sustaining of the ecological balance of the entire planet. But now the waters in those oceans have become very acidic, low in pH. 7 out of 9 planetary boundaries. If this were a patient that shows up in the emergency room, this patient should be brought to the ICU, correct? Because it has met almost all the criteria of the planetary disease. So this is the situation of the planet. But we know that it's not enough that we are protecting, safeguarding the planet, making sure that we do not violate the planetary limits. We need to also make sure that people living in the planet live healthy and happy lives. And that is why this amazing British economist, Kate Raworth, came up with this model called the donut economy. Who among you are familiar with the book Donut Economics? I can see very few hands, and I think this book should be a required reading for anyone who wants to change the state of planetary health. Because fundamentally, the planetary disease that we are facing, is rooted in the defective economic systems that are, running our industries, that are, producing our products, our goods, and also creating the pollution and exacerbating the inequalities. So donut economics, as you can see, it looks like a donut. Usually donuts are unhealthy, right? But this perhaps is the healthiest donut ever to be baked. Because as you can see, the outer circle of the donut represents the planetary boundaries. We cannot go beyond the planetary boundaries. While at the same time, there's an inner circle of the donut. We cannot go below that inner circle because that means we have less food and water and health and housing and the other important determinants of health and well-being for people. So how do we keep within that safe and just space for humanity? That inner circle of the donut, that should be the core business of planetary health. And it requires a transdisciplinary approach. This is not just the business of economists, okay? And so it's interesting, there was a study produced by colleagues from the University of Leeds. They attempted to answer the question, among the countries in the world, which one is closest to becoming a donut economy? I know this is a very international crowd. You can visit the website, A Good Life for All, within planetary boundaries. You'll see your country's donut. And here I'm just showing to you three donuts that reflect and represent, the different major types of countries. You have prosperous Singapore. As you can see, just by eyeballing at the donut, a lot of red outside. It means the country has already violated almost all the planetary boundary budgets that were allocated for that country. Again, you can visit the paper for the full methodology. Everything has been accounted for, population size, land area, economy, etc. Meanwhile, my home country, the Philippines, as you can see, no reds outside. We're doing well in terms of the preservation of the planetary boundaries. But there are a lot of reds inside. And that means we still have not totally addressed poverty, health inequality, education, illiteracy, etc. So doing good on the planet, but forgetting about the people. That is the summary for the Philippine donut. You know what the paper said is the country closest to becoming a donut economy? It's a country that is also our neighbor in Southeast Asia, Vietnam. You can see that it only violated one planetary boundary, and it's almost finished in addressing the social foundations, not a lot of red inside. Now, probably you're curious, how does the donut of Kazakhstan look like? Of course, I'm going to show it to you. This is the donut of Kazakhstan. All planetary boundaries have been violated, and there are some areas of the social foundation that needs to be addressed and tackled. I think that this donut of Kazakhstan can be an important, guide and compass for Nazarbayev University and for the larger Kazakhstan academic community as a basis for your planetary health work moving forward. So again, this is the situation. And I hope that when I come back here, maybe in 3 years' time, there will be less red outside and less red inside as well, because you are already achieving, or you're becoming closer to the donut economy ideal. So now I'll pivot a bit from the economy. We're now talking about one of the 7 planetary boundaries that have been unfortunately violated, and that is climate change. We know climate change affects human health in many different ways, through storms, through droughts, floods, heat waves. Okay? And I'm starting to think, how about in snowy Kazakhstan? How is climate change going to affect the health of your people of Central Asia? I will not answer that question, but I will be listening to you in the next 2 days, because I understand we have lots of presentations from the Kazakhstani and Central Asia community in terms of climate change and how it's affecting human health. This is an interesting and interactive web page in the New England Journal of Medicine. You can just click on the organ system, and it will tell you how that organ system is affected by climate change. So if you are wanting to introduce climate change to your medical students, to your nursing students, all you have to do is to show this interactive website. It will tell you how the different parts of our body, how the different health arenas are being affected. Again, every specialty has a role to play in climate action. And even the World Economic Forum has already projected and estimated the losses that will be incurred as a result of the worsening climate crisis, whether in terms of dollars being lost, or trillions of dollars lost from the economy as a result of avoidable hospitalization or healthcare spending. And ultimately, how many millions of lives will be lost, again, as a result of the floods, the droughts, the wildfires, the tropical storms, the heat waves, among others. And again, let's not forget about mental health. This is a study that was done a few years ago. They measured what we are calling now climate anxiety. I'm not sure if you're familiar with the term climate anxiety, this feeling of distress towards climate change and the planetary crisis. And in a study, it was shown that the young people of the Philippines, my country, are the most climate anxious in the world. They're worried about their future. They're not sure about their future job prospects. They're not even interested in creating their own families because they're worried that their future babies will be living in ovens in a warming planet. So this is something we can also look into here in Kazakhstan. How is climate change, the changing of the weather patterns, also affecting the mental and emotional health of the people? We know that climate change is widening health inequalities as well. So in this series of maps, you will see that there are parts of the world that will be bearing the brunt, that will be suffering, that are suffering the consequences of climate change. Large parts of Asia, Africa, the Pacific Islands are too small to be magnified in this map. And we also know that there are parts of the world that have contributed the greatest to this crisis through the emissions, through the pollution. So again, the inequality, the disparity is so vast. There are countries that contributed to the crisis, and there are countries that are going to suffer and suffer more and suffer faster. So now the question is, where is Central Asia in this classification of countries? Are we contributing to the crisis, or are we going to be affected by the crisis and we need to act fast? We also need to look at our health systems because climate change is not only going to change the diseases, they're also going to disrupt the health systems, the infrastructure, the health workers. Here, you will see in this report, 1 in 12 hospitals around the world not ready for climate change, at risk of being partially or at most totally shut down when there is a cyclone, when there's flooding, among others. So as you can see, 678 hospitals in Russia and Central Asia very much at risk. So where are these hospitals? Where are these health facilities that we need to strengthen? And we also know that that health systems also contribute to the climate crisis. So we're not only being impacted by the climate crisis, we're also contributing to the climate pollution. So here, and I will not go into the details, there are many parts of the healthcare system that contribute carbon and greenhouse gas emissions, from the electricity that we use, to the food that we serve to our patients and staff, to the syringes and the devices and the pharmaceuticals that we procure, and ultimately the waste that we generate. And I think I saw the program. There are many presentations for the next 2 days that will cover different aspects, from waste management to the procurement of pharmaceuticals and other materials in medicine. So here you will see the distribution of the carbon or ecological footprint. A lot is coming from our electricity consumption, but we also need to take a look at the supplies that we utilize, that we purchase. Because if we change our purchasing behavior, the suppliers will change and the whole healthcare market will change. We can be the leaders in the green transformation of healthcare and of the entire global economy. So this is the sad news. We only have 2 years left of the world's carbon budget to meet the 1.5 degrees Celsius target of the Paris Agreement. I'm sure you've been seeing in the news, the negotiators, the politicians were just in Brazil negotiating about our future for the 30th time. That's why it's called COP30. It's been 30 years and they're still talking. We need action because scientists are already saying we don't have enough time. We thought we have until 2030. The scientists are saying we have a much shorter runway. So how can we build health systems that consider the planet? How can we reorient the medical field, the public health field, the medical school, the academic medical center towards planetary health values and principles? How can we prepare the next generation of health professionals who care not just for the health of people, but also for our planetary patient? So in the next several slides, I'll just show to you some solutions. Because you might be thinking, oh, 7 out of 9 boundaries already violated, and Renzo is painting a very gloom and doom picture. But I think there is still hope because there are solutions. One is we need to build climate-smart health systems. When we say health systems are climate-smart, they are sustainable and green and environment-friendly. They do not harm the planet in the same way we made an oath to do no harm to our patients. But also the health system is resilient and adaptive. You know, like the bamboo, it bends without breaking. It continues to function even when calamities strike. So how can we be both sustainable and resilient? In short, how can we be climate smart? In this Venn diagram, you're seeing some of the solutions. So for example, when it comes to climate resilient health systems, how do we make sure that the health system, when faced by a climate calamity or disaster, does not collapse and instead recovers and recovers better than before and even transforms? That must be the objective. We need to start with our health workers because the health workers are also victims themselves. They are affected by heat. They are affected by cyclones. We need to invest in our health workers. We also need to invest in our infrastructure. Again, 1 out of 12 hospitals are not ready for the climate crisis. We also need sustainable healthcare, green healthcare to be embedded in the healthcare system. I'm introducing to you one framework called the Global Green and Healthy Hospitals. You can see 10 pillars of a green hospital, which some of them I already mentioned earlier. But as you can see, what is the first pillar? Leadership. There must be buy-in from the top. Our leaders should be walking the talk and setting the example, setting the direction for the whole healthcare system. And the rest will follow. So I hope, and I can see that we have some of the leaders of Nazarbayev University here, the leaders will embrace environmental sustainability and the rest of the healthcare system hopefully will follow. And because, you know, we were talking about primary healthcare and Kazakhstan's contribution to primary healthcare thinking, right, and philosophy, I want to share to you this paper that we wrote many years ago, the need to embed planetary health in primary healthcare. And I think that of all countries in the world, the birthplace of primary healthcare should be leading the way. And that is, of course, Kazakhstan. Again, the Alma Ata Declaration. How can we make sure that planetary health is embedded in primary healthcare? And then Kazakhstan and Central Asia can learn from many different countries, and not only from the high-income countries, but also from the global south. So here I'm showing to you, visit us in the Philippines, because there's so many things happening in our country. Our national climate plan is already embedding health. We have a national roadmap for health and climate change. We have guidelines for green and safe health facilities. We have toolkits that prepare our community health workers on how to address heat and many other climate impacts. You can also visit our neighboring country, Malaysia, the first country in the world to develop a national planetary health action plan. Hopefully Kazakhstan and the Central Asian countries will follow suit. So there are many innovations in Asia, okay? And here I'm showing to you a map of the different countries that are involved in the World Health Organization's ATTACH program, Alliance for Transformative Action on Climate and Health. Nations, ministries of health, committing to build climate resilient and low carbon health systems. The question is your country already attached to ATTACH? Sadly, I can see Kazakhstan not in green. Maybe that's our objective for 2026, Kazakhstan joining or attaching to ATTACH. Okay? We need to also embed planetary health in education. And again, I think this conference is a milestone because it shows that the commitment of the university to embed planetary health in preparing the next generation of not only health professionals, but all kinds of professionals. Here you will see in the framework of the Planetary Health Alliance, that at the heart of planetary health education is the restoration of that broken connection that we have with nature. And again, if that is addressed, everything else will follow. If we are reconnecting with nature, we can, already cover the rest of planetary health. And, we need to do it for all levels. Here, I'm just showing to you a comic book that we developed for Filipino children to introduce them to planetary health at a very young age. So how can we academics in a university reach out to broader audiences, to children, and even to adults who are making the decisions now in government and industry? So we need to think of creative ways on how to communicate planetary health to all sectors. And here I'm showing to you, we need to work with other sectors as well. Yes, we need to fix our own backyard within the healthcare system, but we also need to work with urban planners, with the transport sector, with the food sector, among others, which I already highlighted earlier. Because acting on other sectors will lead to health and climate co-benefits. If we fix our energy system, the climate will be healed and people will be breathing clean air because we're not anymore burning fossil fuels. If we change our transport system into green and a transport system that promotes an active lifestyle, then we will also combat obesity and chronic diseases while also addressing the climate crisis. And we can start with the food system. So here I'm introducing to you this concept, this new concept called the planetary health diet. The kind of food and food system that we need in order to provide healthy and nutritious food for the people, but also making sure that we're not harming the planet as we produce and distribute food. So I invite you to take a look at the planetary health diet and really building communities that cover many sectors, disciplines, geographies, and generations. So in the Philippines, we have Planetary Health Philippines. That's the name of our network. And I hope that in Kazakhstan and Central Asia, there will be a community that will be born after this conference, bringing together different disciplines and working together towards better planetary health. We need to use the power of our voice, the power of our evidence, the power of our stories, the power of our example to influence the policymakers, government, industry, and the broader discourse. We cannot stay inside the university if we want to transform planetary health. But we also need to make sure that in our work, we're closely working with the frontline communities. Those who are in the countryside, those who are in the rural areas, those who are already affected by climate change and its health impacts. They have the wisdom, they have the first-hand experience and knowledge of what's happening in planetary health. So I'm wrapping up now my presentation, and here you will see there is a growing community of planetary health organizations, institutions in Asia. And I hope that in the coming years, I will be adding more to this map and more organizations, universities from Kazakhstan and Central Asia to be part of this growing planetary health community. And here I am giving and offering some initial raw material as Kazakhstan develops its planetary health strategy. A proposed agenda for the country, building domestic capacity for planetary health education, research, and translation. And I believe that Nazarbayev University is best positioned to lead this. You must diagnose and tackle the local impacts of climate change and other planetary threats and how these are affecting the people of Kazakhstan and Central Asia. You can be the convener and the leader in planetary health collaboration and diplomacy in Central Asia. And you must be connected with the rest of Asia and the world in advancing planetary health. My final messages. One, we need to become planetary health pra-academics, not anymore pure academics. Time is running out. We need to bridge knowledge from academia and action happening in the arena of policy and practice. So that's my first recommendation. The second, We need to work together towards building and reshaping that economy into one that centers people and planet and not profit. We need to shift away from this limitless growth model and move towards a donut economy model, respecting the planet's boundaries and ensuring that there's healthy and happy lives, not for some, but for all. We need to decolonize the way we think about planetary health. That knowledge is only coming from the West and the North. In fact, there's so much knowledge coming from the East and the South. We need to change the way we do research. We need to dismantle the power asymmetries in academia, but also in all arenas. We need to promote inclusivity and diversity and listen to indigenous wisdom and cultures. They have so much to contribute to planetary health research and action. Planetary health is an invitation to planetary humility. It invites us to shift away from this ego-logical perspective. Oh, we human beings are at the top of the pyramid of nature. We can mine, pollute, kill, destroy, contaminate, consume, overproduce, etc. Instead, we need to shift towards a truly ecological perspective where we human beings live in harmony and solidarity and interdependence with all creatures great and small, and all the other components of planet Earth are one and only home. And finally, planetary health is about becoming a good ancestor. What we want is that in 2125, which is 100 years from now, the children of 2125 will read the history books, will look back to the past, and they will say that the climate generation of 2025, which is all of us in this room, became good ancestors to them because we made the right decisions, not just for ourselves, but also for their health and well-being as well. Are we ready to become good ancestors? Okay, not selfish ancestors. For the future children of Kazakhstan, of Central Asia, and the world entire, who are yet to come, who are yet to be born, and whom we will never meet. So together, let's advance the health of both people and the planet. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias, Renzo. Thank you very much, Kapra Ahmed, for your interesting, provocative presentation. Each of your slides was actually more than worth for not just a PhD, but for a life. So I guess there are a lot of questions. The floor, please. No? Questions? Just before you think about your question, just Kazakhstan is a landlocked country. Does not have, but has a lake that in fact is the sea, which is the Caspian Sea. And the Caspian Sea is actually becoming a problem because water in the Caspian Sea is shrinking dramatically. And different countries in the Caspian Sea territory are going to suffer differently. Kazakhstan will suffer probably different from Azerbaijan, from Russia, from Iran. So this is something important that reflects part of the problems that represent the idea of planetary health, is how to integrate all the different stakeholders, how to integrate the different sectors that may have, to some extent, even legitimate even interest, even if they are very short-term interests, but in fact, they are. So this was just some reflected during your slide. But you can elaborate a little bit on that, Renzo? We can have a microphone. Oh, here.
What's the question? Did you have a question? What's the question?
The question is, We have different sectors, different
Interests.
stakeholders. So, and they have legitimate interest.
Yeah.
How to try to accommodate. In your slide, it was somehow reflected.
Yeah. Well, actually, I was whispering to Ashish, we need more diplomacy, right, between sectors.
I'm warming up.
But, you know, the university is the best place to start such interdisciplinary and cross-sectoral collaboration. Although I know, and that's why I showed that slide, we need to move away from ecological. There's so much ego within the university, right? Different disciplines want to have their own thing and to make their own mark. So I think we need universities and the faculties to be humbler and to be open to listening to others. And we need to demonstrate that internally first, because how can we influence the broader society if we cannot put our own house in order first?
Any question? For questions here.
I'll be here for the next 2 days, so if you have more questions.
Thank you very much for this great presentation.
Thank
I think
you.
it was very interesting to listen to you. And as a general, as a person, I have a question regarding what one key takeaway we can take to our houses as an action to do to make our planet better. Because all the things were like very global. Sometimes we feel like we're very small to make an action. So from yourself as a global, to improve our global planet, what can we do? One small action takeaway to our houses for everyone.
Right. I think one is really to restrict or limit our consumption, right? We need to assess within our homes and within ourselves which are the things that we really need for survival, for living, for our happiness, and what are the things that we can, get rid of. That I think at the very micro level we can do. But of course, we need to keep on advocating for the bigger structural changes, right? To make sure that the food system is feeding us healthy food produced in a sustainable way. So it's, there's a micro action that needs to happen, and then there's a macro obligation that we need to assume, which is to challenge, the current systems. I hope that was helpful. I'm sure there are more that can be done. And it's also contextual. So I guess that's one research question for Kazakhstan. What is very specific for this location, for this country, that its citizens need to do in order to protect themselves against, the climate impacts? Thank you.
Thank you.
I think.
Thank you for the presentation. You had a lot of nice pictures, infographics to show and present your points. It was really nice to listen through it. The 9 planetary boundaries that you mentioned in the slides is kind of also related to the life cycle analysis that we do from the engineering perspective. And recently we were doing it for an industry. We presented all our data to them. And the question they asked kind of stumped me at that time. Okay, you have presented this 8 or 9 things. Which one now should we focus on first? Which one should we prioritize? Now, from a scientific point of view, yeah, okay, it seems if you do one, the others will come into perspective automatically. Right. How about the planetary boundaries?
Yep. Actually, your question is very similar, right? Yeah. That one is at the household level. This one, in corporations, in the industry, what should we be doing first, right? Priority, yeah. And at the end of the day, you need many actions to happen, right? But always the audience is asking for that single bullet
with minimum money.
Right, investment. Right. I mean, and you mentioned the life cycle assessment, which the healthcare sector is now starting to do as well, right? What is the life cycle of the syringe from the time the plastic was manufactured all the way to disposal? I think my quick answer is it really has to come from the top, right? The commitment. I highlighted it earlier. Within the healthcare sector, yes, we can change our light bulbs into LED lights, but if at the leadership level they're not buying this, then everything else will be just cosmetic and superficial, right? Again, greenwashing or planetary health washing is what will happen. So yeah, there has to, and they should budget for green initiatives within the sector.
That's always 1% or less than that, actually.
Yeah. And of
be
course, as a scientist, you also need to communicate to them what's in it for them. What are the other benefits that they will be acquiring or obtaining from doing such actions? Will they save money? Will it improve their products and services? Will it enhance their reputation? Because now, especially the big brands, they're concerned about how they're appearing, right, in the public arena, in the public consciousness. So not only the climate benefits, but also these other benefits and the health benefits as well to their workers, to the communities that they are located, and ultimately to the consumers that utilize their products and services.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for your presentation. Really great, comprehensive view on the planetary health situation. So I'd love to hear a little more about some of the practical aspects of network building and capacity building. You mentioned attach, and I think the bridging interests of all these different parties, despite having a core theme, is really key when it comes to actually making effective steps, movements forward. And yeah, I remember I attended COP29 last year and talked to some of the attach event programming, and there's still a lot of interests that are of different priorities depending on the region. So yeah, how do you go about coordinating that and making sure things stay effective?
Great. There are different parts to your question, but I think one of the most immediate next steps I mentioned earlier, making sure Kazakhstan becomes part of attach, and making sure Nazarbayev University becomes part of the Planetary Health Alliance, right? Because if you are surrounded by like-minded people, it's contagious. You will be, listening to good practices, and you will also feel the pressure, right, to do it within your own backyard. But also, beyond being part of these networks, how do we build internal capacity? And when I started in planetary health, there was no template on how to teach planetary health. We need to start it from scratch. And in Southeast Asia, I already co-established 3 centers for planetary health and developed so many different types of courses, ranging from full semester courses all the way to executive education, 3-day courses for leaders. So we can also do that here in Kazakhstan. And I'm sure we from Southeast Asia, from Singapore, Philippines, we're open to working with Kazakhstan and Central Asia in developing planetary health education for your citizens.
Well, thank you very much for this excellent presentation, discussion. And we will stand to the next presentation. Thank you.
Добрый день, уважаемые.
Hello, distinguished participants of the conference. First of all, I would like to extend my gratitude for your time and participation in this conference with very important topics for Kazakhstan. Today, I would like to present the following key speaker, Saken Kalkamanov, chairman of the board of International Center for Green Technologies and Investment Project. He has more than 26 years of experience of state and quasi-state facilities. He governed key facilities for green and sustainable development. He participated in chaired the efforts on the development of Green Code and actively participates in these activities. The topic of his speech is the concept of management of all types of wastes in the Republic of Kazakhstan for 2025-2030. Saken, please, the floor is yours. Hello. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to welcome you all on this conference. Very interesting reports and presentation, namely a very interesting presentation by our guest from Philippines. I represent the organization which was found after the Expo exhibition in Astana in 2017. We work on the development of accessible and best technologies to transform Kazakhstan to green agenda. Within this framework, we do major steps forward. We've prepared and conducted 113 complex technological audits of largest organizations and have prepared more than 20 guidelines on introduction of best technologies. Three of them, the guidelines which cover wastes, covers combustion and processing and other elements. Upon the decree of the minister and the government, we were assigned to prepare these guidelines, which highlights the responsibility that we undertake. This is a very strategically important step to transform for dispersed steps to more transparent and unified structure. The special place is taken by the treatment of medical products, medical wastes. Medical waste is one of the more dangerous categories of wastes due to social and other types of risks. I will present the situation which suggests systematic solutions in this regard. The key systemic problems are fragmentation of regulatory framework, insufficient statistic records, process of wastes and the analysis of irregular and unmanaged landfills. One of the weak points is the lack of digitalization and control and monitoring. Medical waste is one of the more dangerous category of wastes in the point of view of sanitary and epidemiological risks. All the stages of medical services are accompanied with medical waste, starting from surgeries to lab research and pharmaceuticals. Due to the absence of centralized and transparent management of medical wastes, this area is has a very high risk of deterioration of climate and ecological safety. Based on the statistics, the waste of B and V category has exceeded 63 million tons. So based on statistics, there is a difference in million tons. It means that we have significant problems in the record and management of medical wastes. In practice, there are Class A, Class B, and Class V, toxicologically dangerous Class C and Class D radiological wastes. The more dangerous are B and V. They include liquids, banned materials and other materials as a result of the treatment of infectious diseases, including pandemics. It has a direct risk to contamination of soil and water, as well as leads to the possible infection of healthcare workers.
So the other problem is that not all the data are fixed in a full measure. There is a volume of these disposals that are not accounted, and they are being disposed by the private organizations. So in connection with that, our concept provides for the national inventarization of medical wastes in order to form an objective framework on how we manage the medical wastes. In there, we will fix the mistakes that we have committed previously. Another problem is the absence of systemic overview, systemic regulation in the hospitals, inpatient hospitals, laboratories. In many cases, the medical waste disposals happens without any photo or video fixation, without the monitoring system. There are some cases when this wastes were combusted without the appropriate regulations, and that results in a great amount of toxic substances that are in our atmosphere. There are a lot of medical wastes, including the syringes and other products that are just being disposed in the containers, and that presents a great risk of contamination. So now we plan a systemic approach for the medical institutions and informational campaigns that are to be implemented. We also suggest to develop the mechanisms in terms of transportation and landfilling of medical wastes. And we also plan to specify the accountability of persons that are responsible for the waste disposals. We also plan to develop the control from the side of the state. One of the key elements on this waste management structure is the recycling and combustion actions. The system shows that the process is to be based on the qualified workers on the specific structures. In Kazakhstan, we can adapt the experience of the EU, Germany, South Korea. One of the solutions is to combust these wastes on the special machines. And we can also work under the existing standards on how to work with the toxic substances, which will lower the risk of contamination of the environment. We also use the machines which are based on plasma technologies, which helps us to recycle the wastes into the slag and other masses that can be reused again. And that should be a priority direction for us. We should also work on the recycling of pharmaceuticals and the proper utilization on the specific categories of waste that would allow us to lower our impact, negative impact on the environment. And our Resuldamu Fund will work on that, on the medical wastes. We will also engage medical organizations, private hospitals in this plan. And this kind of approach would ensure transparency and will help us to see the objective situation in this area. And I would also like to address medical workers. This concept depends on your everyday practice, on your attentiveness and carefulness when you work with medical wastes. When you work in the operating rooms in your hospitals, it forms the whole system. And I would like to ask you to manage these wastes appropriately. And also, when we develop the special standards, we need to consider the increase in the qualification and skills of medical workers and the requirements on the safe management of medical wastes. The realization of this concept will help us to form a transparent approach on how to manage toxic wastes. It would help us to lower the toxic risks when we work with medical wastes. And it would help us to enhance the trust from the side of public to the medical sector. So when we conducted the national inventarization of the medical wastes and implemented the changes into the regulatory base, this kind of changes in the normative acts would help us to close these gaps and to form one unified system of state management with the medical wastes. And in the period from 22 to 24 of April 2026, we plan to implement the summit, which would include the head of states of the Central Asia states. That would be based on the Expo International Exposition Centers. There will be the representatives from the Central Asia. We planned an enlarged B2B program to be implemented that would discuss the issues of the sustainable development, including the safe management with the medical waste as one of the priority approaches. And in conclusion, I would like to urge you to engage in this work, in these initiatives. And only working in the collaboration on the business and of the society, we can achieve these goals. Thank you for your attention.
Я бы хотела поблагодарить вас за...
I would like to thank you for such an informative presentation. And I think for our audience, it was truly important to hear that in Kazakhstan we have this kind of strategic document on such an important topic. Well, the minimization of this medical wastes, effective management of them, the effective management of toxic substances is one of the priority policies of the strategic document of the regional office of WHO in Europe. I think it was truly important to hear about the steps from the Ministry of Ecology. So it's truly important to work on the intersectoral collaboration. It may seem that only the Ministry of Healthcare may be responsible for the medical waste, but we also have the Ministry of Ecology, which is responsible for everything that happens to us and to our environment. So dear colleagues, do you have any questions to our speaker? I thought Kazakhstan's audience will be interested more in this topic because this problem that concerns our country. Dear speaker, thank you for this presentation. It truly
осындай жағдайлар орын алады. Мысалы, микроскоптарды, енді бір мысал ретінде айтайыншы, күнделікті қолданатын микроскоптарды. Оларды утилизацияға жіберген уақытта бізден талап етілетін, мысалы, екі маманның, ішкі және сыртқы маманның нақты утилизация кету керек.
So when we will look for the workforce from abroad, sometimes these tools will be more expensive. So how can we deal with this issue in Kazakhstan? Therefore, because it's expensive, some old tools, those old tools are still used and it's not effective. Thank you for your question. Is it okay? Can I answer in Russian? First of all, there are the issues.
I know everything about the regions. There is a problem of the waste disposals that concern some regions. I would not name the specific regions because we have regions that only have one disposal, the company that is responsible for the disposal of this waste. But according to the standards that concern the sanitary requirements, the ecological requirements, they cannot undergo the monitoring and control from the side of the government. And this kind of concept, in order to stabilize this market and understand what is the need of a specific region in Kazakhstan, and what is the level of this medical waste, because we know that on the level of the large hospitals that work in this in the local government, we are aware of the situation with them. But concerning the private hospitals, the situation is somehow different everywhere. So this data on them, they differ significantly. So this concept is devoted to the inventorization of this waste. And thanks to that, we can identify how many institutions we need to work on that. So the system, it comes from the shadow, comes out from the shadow now. Now the budget may exceed the actual cost of materials that are being disposed. And as an example, we have Mr. Avdiyev in Astana. So I visited his institution. So they work. He has the furnaces that correspond to all of the norms that work on the combustion of this waste. And he also has a machine that detects the CO2 emissions. So this kind of institution is located in the free zone of Astana. So now the question is, how many institutions like that we have here in Kazakhstan? But there was worse scenarios when we just have some landfills in the rural areas where this kind of waste is being disposed of. But anyway, I urge you to support this kind of concept, because that concern also the medicine, the healthcare, and you, as the people who work with medical wastes every day, you can contribute to the development of the new laws in order to make the situation better. Thank you, Mr. Sekene. Do you have any questions? Thank you. That was an interesting material. I represent the Kyrgyz Republic today, and I admit that medical wastes are truly important, and this kind of document. So the question concerns the collection of medical wastes. So you've mentioned that this kind of medical wastes, they are being collected at the households. So have you worked on this issue? Are there any specific actions? Do your documents provide for the issues the issues that concern household waste. I think it's evident that there should be in the informative campaigns, but do you have any specific steps how to analyze the situation among the society? So the question is concerning the medical waste at the households. How do you take the account of them? Thank you. That was an important question. And based on my experience, we quite frequently encounter this kind of issue. So only the household services are the ones who are truly engaged in this problem. And this is the initiatives of our consultants, because we had a working group on that consisted of 209 people, more than 68 organizations, and they proposed these initiatives, and we included that with the account of the international experience. We included this issue into our concept, our framework. Now we've proposed several methods to resolve that. First, concerns the resolutions in the pharmaceutical offices, and also to provide for the specific containers for this kind of medical wastes. And second, it's one of the biggest sectors in our work is the informative campaign that provides for the information that Jasil Demo Fund collects now. And we plan to implement the information campaign on different kinds of fabrics, institutions. So all of this budget will be directed to that, but that will be the responsibility of the Ministry of Information. So we prepare our population for that, and I think we will start this work soon. So we have the same kind of issue in our country, so we should work on that collectively. Maybe one more question. Thank you. I represent the university and the Kazakhstan's Association of the Healthcare Managers. So thank you for the detailed explanation. The only comment is that, so you work on prevention. So it's always cheaper to prevent a disease than to actually treat it. But in our case, we've had a conversation on the institutions and fabrics that combust the waste. But I think that this informative campaign would be especially effective in the universities, in the educational institutions, because that would include the recycle of the wastes, the issues that concern that. And I think that would positively affect the statistics on recycling. And second, concerning the concept, the framework, it would be good if we had some ecological initiatives, because Ministry of Healthcare is not always able to integrate the opinions of the society, because I think you understand that in some regions, well, we have a physician and a nurse that can actually share the actual experience. So we would like to engage the communities into this campaign. And I think that's it. And yeah, one moment. We can also take into account the research, the tendencies in the research, because we've discussed the microplastics in the organism, in the human organism. So maybe we should reject using the plastic products in the healthcare sector. Thank you. Thank you. I should remember that. First, the informative campaign. Well, I've mentioned that we plan to work hand by hand with the medical institutions, including the private ones. That would be a broad, that would be quite a big work on the information on the population, because we will recycle the medical wastes according to the classes. But we have a great amount of work to do. We have a great amount of waste that should be combusted, burned. So one of the solutions now is the combustion or burning under the high temperatures. But I think landfills is one of the also one of the methods, but we start to reject it. So we also plan to introduce some punishment for landfills into the administrative codes, because it's proved to be a negative practice. But concerning the medical organizations, I can't remember how many medical organizations are engaged into the work. There were probably some associations. But this framework has been approved by the government, and we plan to approve that. And I urge all of the stakeholders to take participation in the discussions that are to be discussed. So you may follow the GSIL-DEMU website, the websites of the Ministry of Economy. And the third. So that was just a suggestion. Thank you. So we've discussed the 3 levels of changes that are to be implemented. So the level, the individual level, systematic level, and the level of organizations. So we've discussed the changes in the national level, the concept. And in summary, I'd like to to extend my gratitude to our speaker, and one of the suggestions for the future. So as you've shown in your presentation, one of the previous speakers showed the concepts of Kazakhstan with the green and color. So
Okay, and we'll meet again at 12:10. And please don't leave. We have so many exciting presentations ahead. And one more announcement. People said that please don't bring the coffee and stuff to the auditory. You should be there.
Let me arrange this. Sit. Sipuan. Wala. Itanong mo sa kanya kung pwede. Kasi nasa kanya, tanong mo sa Almas. Thank you. Yeah. Just this line.
So this screen.
Yeah.
Hello.
Yeah. So, is it loud? Yeah. Hello, everyone. Let us start our next session. And my name is Nurjan Mukashev. I will be moderating it. And it's a great pleasure to moderate this discussion that would highlight the great work that is done at this university. A session called Planetary Health and Sustainability Research at Nazarbayev University. And we have a beautiful panel of researchers who do research at Nazarbayev University that related to our today's topic. And my suggestion will be, we will have 3 speakers. The time limit will be around 20 minutes for each talk. And we'll start with the first speaker and go one by one, finish all the discussion of all the reports, and afterwards we'll have some time for question and answers session. So my ask from you, the audience, to be attentive, to try to remember the first speaker's report, so make the discussion more fruitful. And I guess that's it, right? And without further ado, I want to introduce the first speaker, Dr. Manix Balanai, who's the associate professor. Associate professor at Department of Chemistry and Chemistry Program Director, School of Sciences and Humanities, Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. And I apologize if I'm giving some incorrections. You can correct me afterwards. And he's doing research in integrated computational chemistry. And yes, it's like so many information, so much information in the bios. And I guess I want to keep it short and more productive. So I guess you can highlight your work that relates to the topic, and now the audience can be more knowledgeable about your expertise and interests, and we can engage in more productive discussion. And yeah, floor is yours, Manix.
Thank you very much for that very brief introduction. And so I'm from the chemistry department, and I am actually dealing with more like a combinatorial type of system. So we are actually doing both experimental and theoretical approach. But for this conference, I'll be talking more on what have been done so far in our department, especially on my lab, on what are the pathways to a carbon neutral and resilient health system. Okay, so when we are talking about carbon neutral type of environment is we'll always talk about the global CO2 emission. So if you try to look into this one here, so we could see a very big drop when we actually experienced COVID-19. So you have that, a big drop in CO2. So many people would say, it's better to have a virus because the CO2 emission actually goes down. But it doesn't actually also make sense. Once we actually move away, or once the COVID situation has been settled out, look how the spike in CO2 actually is happening. It's very large compared to the one that is actually being observed in early 2010. Then what if we relate it now to the healthcare system? So it's been said that in the healthcare sector, it actually accounts for about 5% of the global emissions, wherein 25% of that 5% is coming from the operating rooms. And aside from that, there are actually 2,000 tons of waste that is being generated by the hospital per day. But I think this data is not that accurate, because if you try to look at the CO2 emissions, almost 38% is coming from the buildings. Okay, so if we try to account everything that is being observed for CO2 emissions, I think it is even more than 5% that has been generated. So this is how it is being categorized in the healthcare global CO2 output. So if you try to observe, the 40%, 13%, 11% are coming from those generation and distribution of electricity, gas, and heat or cooling, and also for healthcare facilities, operational emissions, and other manufacturing. So basically, if you just take into account all this, so 40, 13, 11, and 9, it already accounts for 73% of the CO2 footprint. So what can we do? We need to actually now look into what we can do with the climate change and health. So if you try to observe, these are some of the things that we are actually experiencing: the rising temperatures, heat waves, air quality deterioration, and extreme weather events wherein we can actually see happening, and more as the years goes by. So you could actually see them with the public health effects, like for the rising temperatures, heat stroke, dehydration, and implications for the health systems. If there are high incidence of heat strokes, then normally there should be a spike in hospital admissions. Then if you go into the air quality deterioration, then you'll have also increased incidence of respiratory conditions, which again would have a high implication with regards to our health systems. Also for the extreme weather events. And that also introduce a lot of strain in our emergency systems. And those are the things that we have to actually account for, especially now that we are experiencing these types of weather due to climate change. Now, the question is it possible to improve human well-being and protect the Earth at the same time? Because if we just look into just improve human well-being, so we can actually dedicate a lot of efforts, a lot of improvements on our healthcare systems, disregarding the CO2 emissions. But in order for us to actually think more broadly, is that we need to actually link this together. We need to improve human well-being and protecting Earth at the same time. Well, the simple answer is yes. We could actually do that one, okay? So we need to now try to revise the healthcare system mandate, but not only healing people, but also healing the planet at the same time. And that's actually a very important mandate that we could actually introduce at the same time, the dual mandate type of system, okay? So in the vision, so for a carbon neutral and resilient health system, we could actually look into the three pillars. One is the carbon neutrality, another one is resource efficiency, and the other is system resilience. So in the carbon neutrality is we need to cut emissions from energy use. So where does the electricity comes from? Okay? So we need to find innovative ways to handle medical waste and logistics. For the resource efficiency, we need to design systems where materials, which actually includes the plastic and the pharmaceuticals, stay in use or are recovered. So total reuse on those things, which will not be easily be discarded. For the system recycling or resilience, we need to do climate proofing of our buildings. Building decentralized community-based care models that can withstand extreme weather events. So for the decarbonizing healthcare infrastructure and operations is we need to transition in the use of energy resources. So what are the available energy resources that we have? So we have the wind, ocean, hydroelectric, biomass, geothermal, and solar. For Kazakhstan in general, is we could actually go into wind or solar. But if you try to look at that, the number of terawatts that hypothetically we could actually get, the most efficient one is we can go into the solar energy. Okay, but based on the solar cell technology, so majority of you already know that you are already been using the solar cells, which is basically on silicon based. But nowadays we have what we call the emerging photovoltaics, or we call it the third generations. So those are the perovskites, organic solar cells, dye-sensitized solar cells, and some of the advanced thin film cells. And this actually paves way to a more affordable. And that's why one of the major problems of the silicon is the affordability, okay? And how it is being applied to buildings. It's very hard for you to have it a building integrated building with the use of silicon solar cells. But if you are now going or moving on to a third generation wherein it's more flexible, then you could actually have a building integrated photovoltaic system. So currently, the crystalline silicon has an efficiency of 26%, okay, or around 27%. Okay, so those that are commercially available is around 14 to 19%. But based on this, as I've said, it's all about the cost. People will buy your products if it is affordable and more stable. Okay, so the third generation is one of those technology that we could actually promote. Now the question is, are there already third generation emerging photovoltaics that are being sold in the market? Simple answer, yes. Is it worldwide, available worldwide? No, okay? And that's really the idea because of the acceptability of the people. People are stuck into the silicon photovoltaics because they are actually been proven through time, okay? It's very hard for you to accept a new technology if you really don't know what it is. So it's all about now the promotion. So I'll be talking more on the third generation solar cells. So in order for us to understand on how we actually develop this type of technologies, we need to look into the operating principles. It's all about the energy levels when you're talking about the solar cells. So this is how the silicon photovoltaics actually looks like. So why is it the silicon is so expensive? Is that the silicon in itself acts as both the N-type and the P-type, or hole and the electron type, wherein the silicon should be crystalline pure, so there should be no defects. That's why the technology or the manufacturing of the silicon solar cells are so expensive, because it should be defect-free in order for the electrons to transfer from one atom to another. But it is not actually the case for the third generation solar cells. It can be amorphous. So in the dye-sensitized solar cells, so you have the dye, the titanium oxide, or anything that you can use as a semiconductor. Then you have the electrolyte, could be liquid or solid. Then we are now going into the solid phase. Then you have the organic solar cells, wherein you have two types of polymers, which acts as your hole acceptor, and the other one as your electron acceptor. So it doesn't need to be pure. Then you have the perovskite solar cells, wherein you have the ETL, or the electron transport layer, then the perovskite and the hole transport layer for that case. So technically, these are some of those that are already been tested. Okay, so in dye-sensitized solar cells, it was being developed in 1991. Then now it's around 15%, more or less. The AM 1.5 is a measure wherein the cell is being irradiated at mid-noon condition. Okay, so that is actually 0.2% per year. So you have the bulk heterojunction polymer solar cell, which was actually introduced in 1995. In 2023, it's now reached up to 19%. Then you have the perovskite solar cells, which now reach into the 26%. Okay, so if you try to look at the improvements, it's the perovskite solar cells is the one that is actually in that type of system or in that category that we could actually use. Okay, so technically, if you have now the perovskite silicon tandem cell, it even reaches well beyond the crystalline silicon solar cell. But the problem with the BHJ, or we call it the bulk heterojunction polymer and perovskite solar cell, is that it needs an inert environment to fabricate. So majority, especially in my lab, is we are actually developing an air-stable type of synthesis, especially in the perovskite solar cell, which we do not need an inert environment to fabricate. And also we are trying to remove the lead component because many people, especially when you heard about, even though how much concentration, minute concentration of lead content in the perovskite solar cells, so minute. But since it contains lead in a sense, people would shy away from the use of those type of technology because it's a lead-containing substances. And lead is actually a very serious, okay, presence of lead could actually deteriorate your health. So another thing, so what is the technology that we could actually use? So the DSSC. But the problem with the DSSC is that it's not that as stable. The efficiency is not that high. But one of the major advantages of this C, it actually can go into indoor photovoltaics, just like here. Okay? It can degrade easily if it is being exposed to sunlight, but if you use that indoor, then it might be possible for us to actually use. So this is one of those publications in Nature Photonics by Hagfield and Gretzel. Gretzel is one of those who actually introduced this technology to us, wherein it is really applicable to power the Internet of Things devices, okay, and ambient light harvesters. So in my lab, we were actually also improving those types of technology by engineering stable electrolytes. So we published in some of the journals this year, and we were able to actually have a 28% indoor PCE efficiency, okay, under a 6,000 lux illumination, which is actually an equivalent to well-lit office, okay? This is not actually 6,000, okay? A little bit 4,000 or 3,000 lux, okay? So these are some of the focus area and some of the innovations that we could actually look when we now go into a resource efficiency and circular economy. So waste management, water and heavy metals, and digital health and telemedicine. Okay, so first, when we are looking at the waste management, we have to shift from a linear model wherein we have the cradle to grave type of system, wherein we introduce a certain material, then we just throw it all away. So we have to actually make more on the circular resource, reduce water consumption, and reduce travel of emissions. Do I still have time? Okay, thank you. So then these are some of those which are actually also being developed in my lab, wherein I have some sort of a simultaneous hydrogen production and H peroxide production. So we have these types of systems. And as a conclusion, okay, so what are we going to do? So we need to reduce the CO2. Okay, so we need for carbon removal, okay, or offset strategies. We need to build system resilience and call to action. We need to implement mandatory sustainable reporting and incentives and champion sustainable clinical practices. So in all, okay, so it's not just an environmental imperative, it is an ultimate act of preventive care for our communities and our planet. Okay, so as a parting, so I would like to introduce what we are actually doing. So these are my current research focus in my lab. So my lab is an FMC2, which is actually a misnomer from EMC squared. So, and these are those who are actually doing some of the works in solar cells from the hydrogen and peroxide, and also from CO2RR, or carbon dioxide reduction reactions, and some of the electrochromic, wherein we actually develop an electrochromic wherein you just flip on the switch and it will change the transparency of your lights, okay, which is powered by the solar cell technology also. Okay, thank you so much.
Thank you, Manix. Very, very informative and very interesting topic to discuss in terms of like alternatives for solar cells. And I think it adds another layer for our interdisciplinary discussion here today. Next, I want to pass the word to our next speaker, Hawal Shah, who is Associate Professor, School of Engineering, Digital Sciences at Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. His significant aspect of his work is dedicated to health effects of air pollution on health. And the topic will be the invisible exposure, quantifying Central Asian outdoor PM 2.5 to indoor ultrafine particle effects on human health. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. While they are still loading the presentation, you find it? So my name is Hawal Shah, and I'm. Thank you. My name is Hawal Shah, and I'm a faculty at Chemical and Materials Engineering Department at Nazarbayev University. My research particularly focuses on air quality, and that's what we're going to see today. So this is something that is common to all of us. The air that we breathe, should be a good quality or not? Okay. The picture that you see here is taken from IQ Air just last year. It shows you in terms of numbers how many air quality monitors are available. We see a lot of them concentrated towards US, Europe, towards India, China. But one thing that we see here is that towards the Central Asian region, we have very few air quality monitoring stations. When we started doing this work, this was our main concern, that we had very few monitoring stations, plus the limited data that we had from the government sensors. As a typical Asian mentalities, we always like to challenge the government data, and that's what we did. We realized, okay, maybe those data are not correct. So in the first thing, what we did was realized how good or bad the condition of air quality is. Some of these pictures that you see here are taken by me. Some of them are from the media. On the top, you see Astana's power plant generating electricity for all of us, supplying heat for the buildings. That's Astana a couple of days back when we had a lot of fog here. Are there any people from Almaty here, residents of Almaty? See one from SDU. I see a lot more. For you people, I don't need to tell you what air quality is, how it is monitored. You are all very aware of it. That's another picture from Almaty, which you don't see anything here. That's the nature of the city. And some of these are taken from news things. So I hope I can show it here. The average PM value, PM is particulate 2.5, that's the size. The average PM 2.5 concentration in Almaty last year was 23. WHO recommends a value less than 5. So Almaty is almost 5 times that value. Okay. The current air quality in Astana is, I see right now it's 6, the sensor that we have installed at Nazarbayev University. So we are at Astana, we are very close to WHO recommendations, but in Almaty, typically the values are much, much higher. And we have experienced it as well. So one of the first things that we started to do in our group was, okay, we tried to install our own networks, our own sensors to monitor the air quality, not just in Kazakhstan, but we wanted to expand it to our entire Central Asian region. So we got a nice project from US Department of State. We are working with Duke University. We collaborated with several NGOs in Kazakhstan, Eco Union. In Kyrgyzstan, we have Move Green. With Uzbekistan, we have universities collaborating with us, Tiami universities. And we try to install sensors into different places, different cities of the Central Asian region. The sensors that you see here were blue sky sensors. And the idea was not just to install the sensors, but to make this data public as much as possible, try to do some sort of data analysis on it. We took help from government organizations where to install sensors. We involved a lot of public schools in Astana, Almaty. We got help from private citizens, people like you. A lot of community centers came forward to help us install these sensors. And this is what eventually we did. The picture that you see is one of the sensors installed in one of the schools in Astana. We kind of monitored the values with time. If there were some very high values, we told those people, okay, better, let's say for schools, let's not send the kids out today, let them play indoors. We figured out in some places, like churches and other places, we found the values were high. We asked them to have good ventilation. We tried to educate people, so we went to schools. Enzo is not here, I don't see him. But what Professor Enzo was mentioning about having a community engagement in making people aware of air quality data, that's where we started to go and talk with school students here. And after compiling, as an engineer, we like to play with data, we like to compile the data, we like to see what is the output of it. And this is kind of a good summary about Kazakhstan. What you see in this graph is, number one, at the below green line is the WHO limit. Okay. You see different cities, so Astana, and I was asked a question this morning, is it good in Almaty, is it good in Karaganda, how about other cities of Kazakhstan? And we see a data for each city here. And you see two different things. One is for winter season, which is heating season, which is currently started. And the second one, the blue one, is the non-heating season, which is basically the summer part. In summer parts, Astana is kind of very good. We have nice winds, so everything just blows away. But in winters, partly because of weather, partly because of heating that we need to survive in this place, we have much higher values of PM. It's still higher than the limits of WHO. Does it work? Yeah. Almaty, the color shows you most of the points are here. We have very few points towards the top, but it does cross a much higher numbers there. Seme is kind of a small town. We were not expecting to see a much higher value, but way above the limits. We were hoping to see a very high value for, how many people are from Atrau? Anyone from Atrau? Have you visited Atrau? Have you felt a smell in Atrau? So Atrau, we were hoping to see much higher values, but the data shows something very weird. And we realized Atrau does not have a problem with PM 2.5. They have a problem with gas emissions. Atrau is a gas-rich city, so their heating is done by natural gas. Astana, we still burn coal, and that's why we have much higher values of PM 2.5. So likewise, we collected all this data for different cities, and the idea is now to bring it up to the policymakers to make some changes to the infrastructures of the city. I have similar data for Kyrgyzstan. We have people from Uzbekistan. So if you want, I can show it to you later as well. Now, beyond the PM 2.5 that people are generally aware of, PM 2.5 from an engineering perspective is kind of a big particle. It's 2.5 microns or less. But we also wanted to evaluate what happens if the particles go less than that size. If they go to 100 nanometers, if they go to 10 nanometers, 3 nanometers, these small particles are all around us, even in this room. Even if I put my foot down, probably thousands of these small particles would come up and I'm going to breathe them. Okay? So do these particles affect human health or not? When we started our work, we searched, okay, we figured out any particle, if it's less than 100 nanometers, come down to 10 nanometers, it can easily cross even the blood-brain barrier. It can cross a lot of neurological effects. And that's where we started to work into. it was difficult to do any sort of experiment. So we started in the beginning with just simple modeling. So we started doing molecular modeling or modeling these things on an atomic scale. What we did is we tried to create an artificial particle. From experiments, we knew these particles are mainly carbon-based particles, but they also have some ions, they also have other organic compounds. So we tried to create particles which contain some BAP, some nicotine, some ions and stuff like that. And we specifically focused on Alzheimer's, small protein, easy to simulate for us, to see how Alzheimer aggregation works very quickly in the system. The picture that you see is kind of a snapshot from our simulations. The particles are all here. The 3 particles we put down, the small proteins that you see, the colorful ribbons, and different ions. And the idea was try to understand whether in the presence of these small particles, do these peptides aggregate more quickly or not? That gives you an idea on a molecular level whether Alzheimer is going to progress in the presence of these small particles or not. I'm not going to go into results part of it, but we did kind of monitor different things. We figured out which ions are going to propagate Alzheimer's disease. One of them was sulfate ions. We figured out what kind of organic chemicals are going to promote Alzheimer's disease. So one of them was nicotine, which was going to be a very strong influencer in terms of Alzheimer's progression. And we have a couple of other data, but this was all done on molecular level in a simulation environment. And we had difficulties in proving out to the public in general or people in general that, oh, there are no experiments. The question that comes now is, how do we go on to see that these particles have some implications on human health? So in the third phase of the project, what we did is we tried to understand on a direct level, does these particles affect human health in a short term and as well as on a long term? So yes, literature says long term, these particles can be emitted from a lot of different things, indoor, outdoors, both sides. Indoors, if you're working along a simple thing like cooking, you turn on your gas burner, combustion is going to release a lot of particles. You put on a pan, especially the Teflon pans, non-stick pans. You put down Teflon pans, particles will emit from Teflon as well. Put on iron pan, it will still emit. You do your cooking, oil, meat, spices, all those things continuously, they emit particles all around us. And do they affect on a longer term? We have some studies which shows, yeah, they can affect, cause asthmas, they can cause cognitive impairment, cardiovascular diseases. But on a short term, how do they affect as an individual to me who's living a natural life, normal life without any preconditions? So what we did was pretty simple design of our experiments. We kind of invited volunteers. We used a test apartment. We asked the volunteers to stay in the apartment 24 hours to have a baseline measurements for them. We measured their blood pressures. We measured their heart rate, FeNO levels, SpO2s, and we also did ECGs. Then next day, after we had the baseline measurements, we started to have just one cooking in the apartment. During that cooking sessions, we fried meat, French fries, really nice experiments, you get to eat a lot. Measured what particles are coming out, and then measured how does it affect the blood pressure or other things. So the results kind of were interesting in terms of design of experiments. We had to go through a lot of iterations. We started with the short-term experiments, just 2 hours, didn't work out, 10 hours, didn't work out, 24 hours, didn't work out, 48 hours to 96 hours was eventually, which was kind of good for us. And the first thing that you see here is how many particle gets emitted. So the peak that you see on the graph at the bottom is PM 2.5, just from frying meat, making kebabs, okay? You see the particle concentration at a baseline in the apartment was almost 0, but as soon as you start cooking, it goes to about 2 micrograms, 0.2 micrograms per meter cube, okay? But that's PM 2.5. If I talk of ultrafine particles, if you go to particles less than 100 nanometers, the number shoots up drastically. In that case, we were having particles in the range of 600,000, 700,000 per meter cube. The experiment was not just done once. We had 39 different volunteers for our stuff. The results, what we saw is that exposure to these controlled environment and exposure to the PM 2.5 or UFPs during the cooking or the gases that comes out of cooking kind of had an immediate reduction in the DBP values, okay? And it was about 10% decrease. And this was the only thing that we saw which was statistically significant. We also saw some changes in terms of SBP, in terms of heart rate, but over the different volunteers, the results were not so significant, so we kind of didn't include that. It is also interesting to see here is that the cooking was done at 9:30, measurement was done at 10, but the changes, we were able to see it even evening. So that's almost 6 to 8 hours after the cooking was performed. So eventually, even once cooking has some kind of effects, physiological effects on the body, this one shot of emissions, it could be PM 2.5, it could be ultrafine particles, it could be the gases that comes out of cooking, does have some significance over a longer period of time. After 24 hours is when we saw everything became kind of normal to the first day baseline values. We also measured pulmonary functions in terms of FeNO values, in terms of PEFR. I believe medical people, so I don't need to explain the terms. But the significant changes were only in the FeNO values, not in the SpO2s or in terms of PEFRs. And coming down to the final conclusion of all the things that we have, basically we have a nice measurement system available. If you want to follow PM 2.5, you can just all go and visit TSI link. The data is kind of trusted by us. We have done a lot of QA/QC over the data, so it's kind of correct. We monitor the sensors regularly, we maintain them. We see a huge changes in terms of PM concentrations in summers and winters because of heating season, okay? As it can be a good, as a citizen science tool, it can be really nice for you to collect the information, figure out your daily life, how it should be affected by this. In terms of health impacts of short-term impacts of cooking, we saw some changes in the DBPs and FeNO, but apart from that, all of the things were basically insignificantly affected. And the aim in the future will be to go and do some long-term studies on this. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Very, very informative discussion. And as you can see, we kind of transitioning from like more chemistry-based, technology-based knowledge and practices towards like more public health, impact of certain factors on health, which is very important, especially for this audience. And next, I want to even like change more and extend it towards how we can even like adapt to these situations in air pollution and overall sustainability and environmental change, and pass the word to Dr. Gersito Balai Odao, who's the instructor at School of Medicine and also the Central Asia Research Center of Education and Innovation Transformation, I guess. I'm so sorry. Car seat researcher at Nazarbayev University in Kazakhstan. And the topic will be the KAZ Green House Project, developing the environmental sustainability and healthcare competence of the present and future healthcare workforce in Kazakhstan. Also yours, Sito.
Thank you so much for that introduction. So, climate change is one of the common problems nowadays, and a lot of us usually do not really understand how the healthcare practitioners or how our healthcare environment affects now the ecosystem or the environment. Thus, we have this collaborative effort or collaborative research that we conducted, which is the KAZ Green Health Project, developing an environmental sustainability and healthcare competence of present and future healthcare workforce in Kazakhstan. So basically this Okay, so okay, so to understand what's really happening is we have to consider that climate change is the major issues or problem in this 21st century, and it affects now air, water, and also food and shelter, which is now the basic requirements for good health of an individual. Though these impacts are felt globally and very strongly in Kazakhstan due to our locations or geographical locations. And recently, there are a lot of problems or issues that we encountered here in Kazakhstan, which is now fire, floods are happening, which this contribute now to threats to the health of an individual. So if you're going to look into the problems or issues globally, the health system or the healthcare system is contributing now for about 1 to 5% of affecting now the ecosystem of our environment. So with this, many countries are trying now to incorporate now programs or lectures or in their curriculum, but it was been found out that still there's an issue or concern now in the integration of this program or curriculum and the basic healthcare education. So what we have done is we try to analyze now the practices, the knowledge and attitude of healthcare workers in Kazakhstan, and we have found out that there are a lot of issues in concern in terms of the knowledge of the student and also the healthcare practitioners. So if you're going to look into it, the students and healthcare workers mentioned that one of the common issues or concern is there's no policy and regulation in the implementation of sustainable healthcare in Kazakhstan. Though we also tried to understand also the healthcare curriculum and also the integration of sustainability healthcare in the hospital. And we have noted that there's really an issue with incorporation or the integration of this concept in the healthcare curriculum. Although it was observed that maybe it's been discussed in some of the courses, but there's no specific course that would really tackle now on what is sustainability healthcare in the curriculum or in their practices. And same true with the healthcare environment or the hospitals. We have found out that they do not have any policy or procedure which are related to sustainability in healthcare. We also try to evaluate now the international practices and attitude. So we have conducted an integrative review which shows that there's really lack of policy and procedure in the incorporation of sustainability healthcare in the healthcare settings, including healthcare institutions or schools. Thus, what we have is we design now a curriculum or a course which now implemented now in Kazakhstan. So if you are going to look on this curriculum, these courses that we develop focuses now on the impact of climate change and the ecosystem crisis of human health. We have also the negative impact of healthcare system on the environment. And aside from that, it focuses on the sustainability health system, sustainability clinical practices of healthcare professionals, and their role in the functions of the leaders in the implementation of sustainable healthcare in this 21st century. So this course that we develop, we want to make sure that this would enhance now the knowledge, the skills, and the practices of our healthcare practitioners as well as our healthcare students. So we did the evaluation of the course, so we have to make sure that it would really applicable in the society, because we have noted that during the initial assessment, there are a lot of concern of the student with regards to the lack of resources that we have in the local setting. So we have to make sure that the content is applicable in the region or in the country. So with that, what we did is we tried to implement now the course. It runs for 7 weeks just to make sure that it will be, this course is really help now for the enhancing the knowledge, skills, and attitude and practices of our healthcare professionals and also our students with regards to environmental sustainability. So with that, we did a mixed method research, and it has been shown out, or it has been found out, that these courses that we develop, as I have mentioned a while ago, regarding sustainability in healthcare, really increase now the knowledge, skills, and practices of healthcare workers and also our healthcare students. So with that, if we are going to look on the qualitative result, it really helped now in the cognitive and attitudinal transformation of the healthcare practitioners, specifically the nurses, because most of our healthcare workers who participated in this study are the nurses, and they have mentioned that it really enhanced now their knowledge in regarding now the connection of the environmental issues or healthcare problems in terms of relationship to health, I should say. So with that, it was also mentioned by our nurses that it really helped them now to help them and improve their practices in terms of the implementation of the health care practices. Now, what we are looking now is, according to this, the nurses, we have to implement now this program. So if you really want to adopt also this program in your locality or in your practice, you can contact one of our researchers, Mr. Jonas Cruz, which he has all of this information, and he would share us with you regarding the course that we have developed. So with this, I just want to mention that to be able now to enhance now the knowledge and skills and practices of our healthcare workers and our healthcare students, we need to really incorporate now courses or program now in our curriculum or in the practice in our hospitals to be able now to improve or prevent now or decrease environmental footprints brought about by environmental health care. I think that's all. Thank you.
Strategies. Okay, thank you so much. It's a very, very important report, I guess. It's actually like the kind of the end of the process, I would say, when we actually try to impact the situation and inform our health providers to practice and use these knowledge and skills to improve planetary health, individual health through planetary health. And I think, thank you speakers for very short and brief and on like focused reports. And next I want to open the floor for questions and answers and discussion of the reports. And please, please help us with the microphone to pass whoever wants to ask questions. Really, no questions? I think over there on the right. Yes, thank you.
For the presentation on developing environmental sustainability and healthcare competence in the present and future workforce, I had a question. In Kazakhstan, do you guys have like regulatory requirements for sustainability? And is that like a required part of your healthcare education, or is that something novel?
Actually, this is something novel because it's based on the assessment of the courses that we have. It is not actually integrated in all healthcare curriculum. So we try to evaluate 3 universities in terms of the curriculum, and we have found out that there's no really healthcare practices that is integrated in the curriculum. That's why we came up with this program, and we try to implement, and we are done with the implementation of the program, and we have found out that's really helping now our healthcare practitioners and as well as the healthcare students. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. More questions, please? Yes, here.
Hello, everyone. My name is Saulia Chalbasova, University of Central Asia from Kyrgyzstan. Professor Shah, thank you very much for your presentation. I think it's an interesting research project that you're working on. I just have a question about the period. Are you still in the process of this project, and whether you have any government partners such as Hydromet, for example, when you are using the low-cost sensors? And also, I do not have medical background, so I also wanted to clarify whether you mentioned 24 and 48 hours that you checked. Did you also consider of having such checks in different seasons or with some different conditions? Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for your question. First of all, we do have a lot of data for Kyrgyzstan as well, and we are still collecting the data. These sensors were actually given to us by Department of State. It came from Duke University. We got almost 200 sensors, and these are all installed across Central Asia. So still collecting the data. The one that I showed in the slide is only comparing 2 different months. So one was in January, okay, that's 2024, and July 2024, sorry, 2025. And we compared those 2 seasons just to highlight the difference during the heating and non-heating seasons. The second part of the questions about collaborating with, we do have collaborations with NGOs, and especially More Green and Eco Unions. These are kind of showing their data to the government agencies. So we do present, annually we have our meetings, we present our data to all the hydromets, Kaz hydromet, Kyrgyz hydromet, Uzbek hydromets. In terms of making some changes to the policies and everything, or in terms of certifying our data, we do get support from hydromets on this part. And your last question was about, I forgot, what was your last question? Did I answer that right?
Yeah.
Okay, thank you so much.
And the duration of the project you mentioned?
The project has officially ended, okay, but we still, the sensors are being hosted by the schools and personal people, locals. So we are still collecting the data. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Very, very, very interesting questions. More?
Hello. Thank you very much for all the presentations. I enjoyed all the 3 reports. Dr. Balanai, I have a question for you. So about the solar energy, what will be the stumbling blocks to introduce more solar energy and even wind energy into Kazakhstan? What do you think about it? Will it be the cost? Will it be the people who cannot adapt to this? What do you think? Thank you.
Actually, the government has already a plan by 2030 to transition from the heavy reliance of fossil fuels to the use majority use of the renewable. That's why the government is trying to invest a lot of money and research R&D to develop those type of technologies. So there are actually 3 technologies they want to actually implement. One is actually on the wind energy. The other one is about the solar energy, and also the hydrogen type of energy. So these 3 are actually the ones that are being promoted and try to explore more, especially for Kazakhstan setting, is that the wind and the solar energy is the most viable renewable energies that they can actually use. But they have already a framework that within 2030 is slowly transition to a highly fossil reliance on the fossil fuels to now more into the reliance of the renewable energy.
Thank you very much. But what is your expert opinion? Like, will it be expensive? Will it be like, will people adapt to this? Will they
So
receive this?
it depends on how you package it. Okay, so it's all about packaging. All technologies is all about packaging and so on. So how the people will accept it depends on how you promote the product. Okay, so and also let the people aware on the pros and the cons of certain technologies that you are going to introduce. So at first, majority of the people will actually try to shy away or try not to use those things because everything that is actually been just introduced, they want to actually rely what is just been proven and so on. But once they actually realize that you actually nowadays, most of the people want to go into the electric cars, okay? But you have to actually look into how the electric cars are being charged. So it's actually just merely relocation of the pollutants. So because majority of the electric cars are still being charged by fossil plants. Okay?
Thank you.
So those are the things. It's all about how it's been packaged.
Thank you so much. And also, Professor Shah.
Can I add to that question as well? So this is also a question to all of us here, because the push also has to come from public to the government. Okay, Kazakhstan is one of the countries that has pushed back its deadline for the net zero emissions. We were planning to reach net zero emissions by 2030. We pushed to 2040, and last year we made it 2060. So now we're in the last 10 countries who are pushing this limit much forward. So it has to come from all of us together then.
Yeah, sure. Thank you. And also, Dr. Shah, I would like to thank you for the very great experiments that you have done with cooking. I really liked it. So when I was an MD and working in the hospital, there were women of 60 years old, for example, and they were having problems such as COPD, like with their lungs. However, they were not smoking population. So it was like our discussion with doctors, like why would women would get COPD? However, they are not smokers. However, this woman, you know, in Kazakh culture, women cook a lot, and for the 60 years old woman, she has like a long experience and exposure to these particles. So I think it would be great to conduct maybe some long-term study to investigate the effect of these particles from cooking on the lungs of the woman. So it would be great. Thank you.
Thank you so much. It's a very nice direction for us to work as well. Coming from India, we have, again, women who usually use very raw biomass for cooking and everything, and we see the same things coming up into those ladies as well. So it's nice, and we are planning to extend the study also onto the regular chefs because they are continuously exposed to those emissions. So thank you so much for the right direction. Yeah.
Right, thank you. Thank you.
Thank you for great questions. Any other? Okay. Thank you so much for great questions. I would, in my turn, also ask question all the panelists. The first question will be like more of, I'm not saying like despair, but let's talk about like problems. And yesterday we had this echo. Yesterday there was a great workshop by Dr. Ashish, and the concept of public health diplomacy was introduced and discussed. It's very important, I think. And when we talk about academia and research, we are kind of famous for being living and working in silos, because here we have like very multidisciplinary panel and we kind of experts in our fields. But when we start talking to each other or with each other, and especially with other stakeholders outside academia, who is the policymakers, healthcare workers. Here we have UMC representatives, basically healthcare providers, and students, general population. What kind of barriers you see in terms of basically doing your research as researchers in related to planetary health issues and interacting with outside academia stakeholders? That will be a general question to you. And basically the barriers you see in your experience and how you overcome them.
So if I can start the talk. In my case, particularly when we try to show this air quality data to policymakers, hydromets, one of the first thing is always it's denial. Your data is not correct. Your sensors are not correct. For a couple of months, I would say more than 2 years, we tried to convince them about the accuracy of other things and everything. And then it would be all a blame game. So that was kind of difficult, and it's coming from an academic perspective. It was difficult for us to digest that kind of stuff as well. But one appreciation that I have amongst different regions that I have worked in, and including the locals, I mean Central Asian countries, amongst all the countries, Kaz Hydromet has been really very proactive, and they have been very open to take the data seriously. They have been very open to accept whatever they have, show it openly to the public. We have difficulties in showing up these data for other countries, but Kaz Hydromet is like, okay, whatever you have, if you trust the data, if you make us believe that we can trust the data, we can show it to the public. Even though they had public outrages and everything, which people are aware of, but still they were open to do it. So in that sense, it was very nice and a different experience for us. Beyond denial, we see a big difference between the kind of research that we do and in terms of what implementations needs to be done. So usually our research is somewhere in a very specific bubble, silos, top of the field. We have the best material, best way to mitigate pollutions. But on a commercial ground level, the things are kind of different. To show it to the public, to show it to the policymakers, to show it to the industrialists, it needs to be presented more in a commercial way, something that can be sold to a more general audience. So that would be good. Thank you.
Okay, since I'm in the chemistry field, one of the most bottlenecks, especially when you're doing experimental science, is how to make it in a large scale setting. And that's mainly the bottleneck. And that's mostly the one that is being, because majority of those who are doing research are only on the pilot scale. So you need to actually now look beyond the pilot scale. That's why in my lab is we want to actually develop that are actually can be transformed easily from a pilot scale to a large scale type of setting. So for example, when you are doing a synthesis of type of compounds, you cannot have 10 steps. You need to actually reduce those in order for you that the companies would actually accept it. Okay, you were able to develop it in 2 steps, 3 steps. What kind of technology are you using? Okay, is it actually available for them to actually make it large scale? Okay, because the problem also is that the product that you are developing on a small scale cannot just linearly be right away accepted in a large scale setting. So you need to, another thing is the optimization phase. Now, with regards to the acceptance by the ministry, is that the ministry has a lot of support with us. Okay, so majority of my grants are coming from the Ministry of Science and Higher Education. Okay, and they are actually giving us a lot of funds in order for us to actually develop those technologies. Okay, and that is actually, and the minister in itself are actually being open. Okay, in order to develop those things. And that's actually one of those that can actually be done. But for the acceptance with the community in itself is also, again, about packaging. Okay? So it's not about just merely science. It's now about how you present it to the people wherein they could actually accept those types of new technologies. And those are the things. So everything should actually come into place. The science and the social type of would actually come together in order for us to develop some sort of a good policy type of system. Okay, policymakers should also be convinced in a way. Okay?
Thank you.
I think so for the healthcare environment, because we're usually working collaboratively with UMC, and UMC is to accept, they're trying to accept all the evidence-based practice. So we're trying to create change. And one of the reasons, I think, why some of the implementation of the program or some implementation of intervention are not being done. It's just because there are some issues with regards to, this is based from our result of our studies, that the barriers that usually encountered by the healthcare professionals is the staff-patient ratio, wherein this is one of the common problem, and also the responsibility of nurses or the delineation of the responsibility of professional doctors and staff nurses. So I think as we go along, I think this will, we can improve now what would be the practices of nurses and also the doctors. At least it would help now to improve now the healthcare system also in Kazakhstan.
Okay, thank you so much. And the next and last question for panelists will be from kind of positive side. In the beginning, the keynote speaker, Dr. Renzo, talked about basically kind of global scale, how we usually think of, basically thinking globally, but acting locally. So I think that's very important. And here we have like not only Kazakhstan, but Central Asia. So I want to highlight that this region is kind of interconnected. And I really appreciate that our colleagues from neighboring countries are joining, not only neighboring countries, but also from the regions of Kazakhstan, because Kazakhstan is not only Astana or Almaty, right? We also have other regions with their own kind of problems and issues and solutions they use. And my question would be, what's your, again, maybe tips or suggestions in terms of building this collaboration, especially like regionally, because tomorrow we'll be talking about the Central Asian collaboration, and I guess that will maybe set up some ideas or maybe ideas for the next collaborations or projects, and maybe even next conference next year about this topic. So if you have any thoughts on building and engaging regional stakeholders.
Very interesting topic, especially considering that we are not local to this place. So it makes it more challenging to get inside the society for us. But on a positive side, in terms of collaborations, one of the difficulties that we see as compared to other regions in the world is we don't really have any academia, industry, active work going on. Okay, industries are all classical industries in this part of the world, where even when there are proposals to have some new based initiatives, there is lack of funding support from the government side as well, or from the people to accept as well. So as a traditional thing, probably it's just generally Asian stuff. If you package it up nicely, if you say it is a nicely Western brand, people will try to buy stuff from there. But if you say it's locally made, people will try to avoid it. So acceptance from the people for the local issues, how to solve them quickly, and support from the industry academia collaboration. So next year, if we want to have it, would be nice to have some kind of industry getting involved, because it's planetary health is a very general topic. Sustainability, everything comes into their picture as well. So it would be nice to have them also inviting here.
I think I'm good. You're done. Okay. Yes. So what Dr. Shah actually mentioned is about the industry academic linkage. Academic type is quite easy for us. Okay, because we even have some sort of in the university setting we have what we call a collaborative research grant, wherein we are actually promoting a collaboration with a local university, which is a requirement for us to get those grants. So, but between academics, there is no hindrance for that one. It's all about linking to those specific type of people. Okay, but for the academic industry linkage, that is one of those missing links. Okay, so unlike in the previous country that I've been, so the industry academic linkage is very, very strong. So I graduated from Korea. So they have a very good, we're in the medium and the small scale industries are being promoted to link up with the industries, with the academia. Okay, so for the big companies, no problem because they have their own R&D. But for the small and the medium-sized companies wherein they don't have enough budget to do R&D, so what they can do is they can link up to the academia and try to fund the academia on those things. And we have a lot of projects between those things. But for here, there's not much, okay? Because R&D is not inculcated into the system, okay, of the industries. They are just merely doing what is being established in terms of the products that they are actually using, okay? And they're stuck with those products. Okay? But we are trying to push more and more, but it's not on the small and medium size, but on the big size companies that they are open for collaboration. But for the small and medium size, not yet. Because again, I understand budget remains still an issue because having an R&D would actually entails a lot of money, okay, for you to actually push through a certain product. I think for the medical practice, in terms of collaboration of research with the institution like hospitals and the university, I think we have good collaboration. The only thing that we have we have a problem with is the collaboration with other industries, because we cannot really look for an industry that the aim of our study is the same with the aim of that particular industry. So I think this is one thing that we have to explore further.
Okay, thank you. Thank you so much. I think that suffices to question. One question, please. Here's the microphone.
I have a similar question with our colleague. We came from West Kazakhstan Murat Osman Medical University, from West region of Kazakhstan, and we have good practice to study about toxic effects of different types of heavy metals in experimental study. There are 4 members from our university here. And my question, October, we came from October. October is the oil, gas, and heavy metal industry region. Yeah, do you have any practice to collaborate from our region with our colleagues, or do you want to study about impact or pollution of our region? Because we are trying to study in tissue level, because we are histologists, we are doing experiment and by using all different animals. And we are trying to study in tissue level, but we don't have collaboration with any other universities approximately in this area.
We have actually some studies in water and in soil sampling in October with regards to the heavy metals. So we have some initial data, and October is also posting in government websites about the heavy metal components, which we could actually use as more like a database. But you are actually working on animals, so you want to actually study, if I'm not mistaken, you want to actually study heavy metals
that are being taken by animals.
Yeah, yeah. Laboratory animals such rats.
Yes,
Mice,
but you have to actually also first have a data on the heavy metal content on the food that the animals take and try to correlate on those things. So for that is we don't have yet, but we have some sort of a data, initial data with regards to water, okay, drinking water, and also some soil on that type of region.
Our last research work about toxic effects of drilling fluids. Drilling fluids, which use it in petroleum industry. By taking all these drilling fluids, we do an experiment in rats, using in acute and chronic experiment. Today, our PhD doctoral students will present their results at the end of session. Yeah. But we have good practice to work with different types of heavy metals, such as chromium and any other metals.
Yes, so if you want to collaborate, we are open for
if I may, I want to interrupt. Thanks, a very good discussion point, and afterwards you can discuss personally. And I think that's a good point here, so that here we can start off collaborations with each other in terms of addressing these issues, because multidisciplinarity and representation of different perspectives and regions and most importantly expertises is very important for inclusive research. And with that, I think we can close today's very informative session. And my kind of suggestion for organizers will be to extend and keep this type of very research-based discussion and panels for future, and maybe having additional other events, so we can really delve into the know-hows and new knowledge and try to link it to the practice and to solutions. Thank you so much. And can we take a picture here? Yeah, really quick. Thanks. And with that, I think I need to pass the floor. Thank you, dear esteemed panelists. I need to pass the floor to the next speakers, and organizers can announce them. Thank you.
Okay, now it's okay. Yeah, thanks. Okay, let's try this one. Selamet sizderme. Thank you. My name is John, and I'm part of the team from Microinfo Company. We're one of the sponsors of the event. It is great to meet all of you today, but we haven't yet. We're right by the door at the entrance. Please come say hello. We're friendly people. And thank you for staying with us for our presentation. I realize I'm between lunch, so I will keep it short. And quickly, before I start, I would like to thank Nusom, Jonas, and the organizing committee for inviting us to the event. It's an honor to be with you today. And today I would like to explore, actually this side for me, how strengthening medical education, research quality, and clinical preparedness can support the development of sustainable and climate-resilient healthcare systems. I want to highlight how knowledge systems behind healthcare, our education structures, research practices, evidence frameworks, play a critical role in sustainability and resilience. Essentially, we try to make our presentation relevant as much as we can for the purposes of the conference. So the challenge is healthcare sustainability is often discussed in terms of resource use, emissions, or supply chains. But climate change also places pressures on diagnostics, workforce capacity, epidemiology, and public health. To respond effectively, healthcare systems need more than just bare technology. We need strong evidence, well-prepared clinicians through universities like Nazarbayev University, trustworthy research, and educational structures that adapt to new challenges. In other words, resilient healthcare depends on resilient knowledge systems, and this is where we come in. So evidence-based clinical guidance is also a sustainability issue. When clinicians, like many of you, have access to clear, reliable, and current guidance, unnecessary testing decreases, treatment variation reduces, and patients receive more consistent care. Platforms such as BMJ's best practice offer step-by-step diagnostics and management guidance updated continuously with the research that researchers within universities complete. And reliable clinical decisions don't just improve patient outcomes, they also ensure more efficient use of clinical resources. I obviously don't have to say you know more than I do on this subject. Another important element of the research system are the journals that you all know. High-quality medical journals remain the backbone of scientific education. Access to reputable journals from British Medical Journal, Bentham Science, ensures researchers are learning from trustworthy and current sources. This is obviously important for public health, epidemiology, global health, and environmental medicine, where the evidence changes very quickly. So we try to say strong journal access equals strong teaching, equals strong healthcare systems. So another focus is on real-world evidence. So much of what we need to understand about sustainability and public health is not always in journals. There are other locations like government reports, NGO publications, feasibility studies, and policy documents, what we call gray literature at Coherent Digital. They contain practical insights that are used in the real world. Applied Science Commons, a database that we represent, preserves and indexes this type of content from around the world, helps researchers access this material in a global database. So this supports training, is not only grounded in academic research, but touches real-world conditions. Another database is CABI's Global Health. We're seeing shifts in infectious diseases, nutritional challenges, environmental exposures, and chronic disease patterns. Databases like the Global Health support extensive coverage in these fields. Over 3 million public health documents that you can see on the left side of the slides that have research in these topic areas. So faster, reliable insights. One important component of sustainability is how we use scientific evidence. When research is duplicated, poorly interpreted, disconnected from context, valuable time and resources, your time, is wasted. This is what site actively tries to prevent. When it tells you, without reading the full article, which findings are strongly supported, which studies are contradicted, by who, in which areas. And because it has access, both open access and closed access journals, it can tell you from a long time period. And this is what smart citations are designed for. To provide structured insight into whether research is being confirmed, challenged, or just simply referenced with a citation. Another important area is prescriptions and safe prescribing foundations. Medication errors are a major source of preventable harm, cost and waste in healthcare systems. The British Pharmacological Society created a system to reduce these errors and improve confidence of early career doctors in prescribing in a safe, structured, and realistic environment. They created the prescribing skills assessment and electronic prescription simulator to create this type of training environment in a digital manner. They allow the learners to engage with clinical scenarios before they enter the real patient care. By improving prescribing competence early, the PSA ensures safer care and reduce medication waste and repeated interventions. And assessments, besides the prescriptions. Assessments are essential, but it is extremely time-consuming to create new assessments over and over again as the students change and faculty changes, and especially at an environment where the medical knowledge change. Faculty members like yourselves are expected to teach, grade, and do research at the same time. Creating new exams every semester on top of everything is not the easiest task. This is where tools like Turing-Q come in. They help educators generate new exam questions aligned with Bloom's taxonomy using your own curriculum and your own materials. So hallucinations are non-existent because the machine uses your own materials. So new questions every semester for every exam, whether that's a case, multiple choice, or any other type of question. So now to research. Integrity of research is imperative for sustainability. Retractions, falsified images, unreliable research consume enormous institutional resources, not to mention their impact on public health and public trust. And this is where ImaCheck provides an automated tool for institutions to detect image copying or manipulation on images to reduce publishing flawed research before it happens. I'll make it quick. And supporting academic writing and is also an important, especially in multilingual environments like myself, where the English is not the first language. Struggling with academic English and structure is common. Using tools like Trinka, you can save time and make the administrative work of actually preparing a material much faster. And with that, I think, oops, sorry. Okay. So to conclude, the resilient healthcare system depends much more than infrastructure and technology alone. Education systems, research integrity, efficient evidence use, safe prescribing, modern assessment tools, and access to global health knowledge is part of the system. And I just want to thank you for listening to me, and I'm happy to take questions outside after I let you go. And please come say hello. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you so much, Kan, for that. If you want to work with Micro, they are actually our sponsor for today's, no, not today's, this 2 days conference. Please approach Kan like just right after the door. Now, just a quick announcement. We will have a very interesting topic this afternoon. So you will be hearing from Professor Joshi later on, and then from our team from University of Wyoming, and there will be other oral presentations for research also. So please stay tuned. Do not leave if you can, and be with us until the end of today's program. Okay. Now, aside from that, so after this one, we prepared lunch for everybody. So it will be in that area as well where you had your coffee break. So we will have like 1 hour lunch. Use that to look at our posters presentation from the different researchers, network, and just build connection, because that is what we are doing right here. Okay. So I'll also Alma have a quick announcement, and after that we will go for lunch. Thank you.
Thank you, Jonas. Уважаемые коллеги, мы для вас приготовили сертификаты участников.
Distinguished colleagues, we have prepared certificates of participation, but we will provide them to you tomorrow after we will finalize the whole program of our conference. Thank you very much.
Salam Kalin Tan Kun. Thank you for joining us in this afternoon session. My Kazakh is terrible, apologies. So we in this afternoon session have the opportunity to have a presentation by Professor Ashish Joshi. He's also a medical doctor with a trajectory in public health, bioinformatics, and now thinking about the elements that we're discussing this morning, but also in our workshop presented yesterday about how to connect dots in complex problems that are, however, the typical problems we have in public health. Medical care is complex, but medical care is relatively, to some extent, easy to protocolize. However, in public health, we find very different agents, very different sectors, very different at the same time, to some extent, even legitimate interest. So Ashish Joshi is the Dean and Distinguished University Professor of the School of Public Health at the University of Memphis, and is promoting this idea of developing mechanisms that connects dots, connects organizations, connects sectors to resolve, again, complex, integrating from systems thinking perspective alternatives in public health. Please join me to give a welcome to Professor Joshi for his presentation and how to think about the future of public health, not just in the 21st, but 22 and whatever. Okay, thank you. Excuse me.
Yeah, I like to walk. Good afternoon. I hope everybody had a great lunch, right? Yeah. You know, I don't like to stand. I just like to a little bit walk around, if that's okay. So thank you first of all, Antonio and Jonas, for giving this opportunity to be here. I was debating of what topic I need to talk here, but my yesterday workshop was on public health diplomacy. And today I would like to talk about a little bit some of the solutions that have been incorporated and how do we need to reimagine public health in the 21st century. I put this slide with very big intention, actually. As a dean, I have a role in an academic setting, but I'm also the founder for Smart Labs and have my own incubator, which means things that I can't do in an academic setting, how do I do it through the lens of my incubator? So, a little bit about myself, why I'm here. I talk about the SMART model. It has 2 A's and not a single A. I'll talk about the Public Health Cares Initiative and its impact, and some of the global applications of the SMART model, and a way forward. Before we talk about ourselves, we talk a lot about our credentials all the time. But for me, the credentials is passion to create impact. Living life with a purpose and giving is a blessing. Sometimes we talk about that we have done medical training, we've done our public health, we've done our PhD, but I describe public health as a calling, as a mission, as something that we should be passionate about. And how do we take public health education outside the realms of academic settings to the community? A little bit about myself as a clinician. I have a medical degree. I lost my father when I was a medical student. And the first thing came to my mind was, I'm not going to let anybody die. That does not happen. And patient care was very critical. I learned about evidence. But then I felt that I need to impact more on the population scale. And that's when I pursued my master's in public health. I came to the US in 2002 with $3,876. And I realized that if you want to take evidence into practice, there are two ways you can take evidence into practice. One is through the use of human resources, and the other is technology. So I did my PhD in informatics, and that's how I link. As Antonio mentioned, I like to connect the dots. I describe myself as a systems thinker. And the SMART here stands for that we need to create solutions that are sustainable, which means they are not just research dependent. It cannot be that you have a funding, then the project gets started, the funding gets ended, the project gets wind up. So we need to find sustainable solutions. Multi-sectoral means that we need to integrate and intersect with sectors that are non-health. For example, we have to deal with urban planning. We have to talk to housing. We have to deal with trade, economy, national security. Public health is not just about sitting in the health sector. Accessible. So systems and solutions need to be accessible. They must be affordable. I can't have an iPhone and expect a solution to be used by somebody who has a basic phone. So they have to be affordable. Reimbursable means something that pays you the quality of what you're doing, and tailored. What works for me may not work for you. What works in Kazakhstan may not work in Nigeria. So something that could be sustainable, multi-sectoral, accessible, affordable, reimbursable, and tailored. I describe all my work as a lived experience of public health. I put this slide that I've had my boots on the ground. I've traveled about 53 countries around the world, worked on almost every spectrum you can imagine, from urban settings to urban slum settings to tribal settings to rural settings to conflict zone areas. So I think everything is coming from a very lived experience. Developed very much partnerships across different areas. I know I've been hearing a lot of very interesting presentations this morning. I describe myself more like an implementation science researcher who has implemented solutions in 12 countries across 8 multiple languages. Okay. Established smart labs, secured grants, research papers. Obviously, we've done this. But last year, public health diplomacy was at the forefront. I don't know if many of you know, but there was no term called public health diplomacy. And whether we have to engage in research, whether we have to engage in teaching, whether we have to engage in cross collaborations, cross-sector collaborations, I'm pretty sure that we all use some diplomatic skills in our own capacity. I'm going to talk briefly. We are very proud to share here that we have developed the first model of public health education in high schools. When I say this, that the first model of public health education in high schools means if you are going to talk about planetary health, if you're going to talk about substance abuse, if you're going to talk about societal, then where do you invest early? You have to invest early in the youth. You can't wait till the later periods. So I'll talk about how the model of public health education in high schools has been done. Now, it says Healthy People 2030. I'm not going to read through this, but just to let you know that to have a good health and well-being, we need a good social, physical, and economic aspects. So if you want somebody to be healthy, they have to be economically sound. If you want somebody to keep healthy, you also need to make sure they have a job. They have to have food on the table. You just can't expect somebody to be physically active if they have other issues that are related to non-health. Why public health is more important than ever before? You know, there's a very changing dynamics, socially, politically, culturally, economic. Workforce needs are changing very rapidly. I don't use the word globalization. I like to use the word glocalization. it's a local and a global. So that means everything is very much interconnected to each other. What's happening here might be impacting somewhere else. We have to take solution-centric approaches. We can keep on talking about the problems, but if we don't take an approach to solutions, then it's going to be basically going around the same thing for as many years as we are looking for. Ideation has to be taken to implementation. So which means that we need to train people in how to have an idea and then translate that idea into implementing that idea. Creative leadership is a need of the hour, which means can we prepare the workforce that is able to cope, be adaptable, resilient, and empathetic? Because of the changing landscape, the public health is becoming more important than ever before, which means, to be my surprise, innovation was not the competencies in the public health training, which is a very interesting element. So we are all coming from different walks of spectrum here, but innovation is a very important element. So we need to make sure that we are innovatively looking at implementing solutions. These are some of the challenges that 21st century is looking at. If you look at this, there's a climate debate, delivering health in conflict and crisis, expanding access to medicines, preparing for epidemics and pandemics. But very important thing is earning public trust. Earning public trust is a public health challenge. So we must think. I was listening to the earlier speaker who said, yeah, the grant has ended, but we have still sensors there. We are still collecting the data. But then what happens after that? If the grant has ended, so we need to find ways to continue the research and take that research into practice so that people can get actual benefit of the research. So these are some of the innovative areas in public health. Obviously, we are talking about digital health technologies. We are talking about precision medicine, applications of artificial intelligence, and integrated care models. So these are areas where some innovation could come into play in this. But very, very important element is the role of policy and governance in public health. We can do great stuff in digitization, but if there's no governance framework, then it's going to be very difficult to implement. If I focus predominantly on one or two things of that, we need to have cross-sectoral collaborations that involve private enterprises, NGOs, and academic institutions. I bring this line, I think in every conference, you're going to hear about cross-sectoral collaborations, the importance of that. But how do we do this? How do we make it happen? And I hope that through the end of my presentation, you'll be able to see what has been accomplished in that way. What is SMART? It's a model that talks about sustainability, which means we are in public health. We need to bring science, we need to bring data, we need to bring evidence. Multi-sectoral, people's health is getting impacted by non-health factors. If you don't have an employment, you're not going to be healthy. Because the pressure, if I ask many of you here, what's the number one priority right now for you sitting? It could be financial, it could be education, it could be employment, but health may not be at the top of the league. So the second is making information and services accessible to all. It has to be accessible to all. Affordable, create solutions that are affordable, return on investment, and meeting needs of the individuals across diverse settings. This is all about a SMART model. How is it getting implemented? You gather the data at multiple levels with multidimensionality, convert the data into meaningful information so that people can understand, and then translate that into knowledge that will be executed into policymaking. So sometimes we don't know what data to collect. Sometimes we just don't know what to do with the data, what we've collected with. The second thing is, are we communicating the data in a way that is understandable to the common audience? We love to show the graphs. We love to show some pie charts, everything. But how many people walking on the streets actually understand that? So we need to relate that information in a way that people can understand. So SMART is a human-centric approach. It's an impact-driven solution.
Human-centric means who my users are, what the users are looking for, and how can I address their needs. So it's a very people-centric, citizen-centric approach. It's a middle-out approach. Sometimes we talk a lot about policymakers, but we forget the people. Sometimes we are taking a bottom-up approach, which means let's do community research. So I think SMART is an intersectionality between policy and community. So it's a middle-out approach model. Then allows for data-driven and evidence-based policies. It's very dynamic, flexible. We can't be very rigid. It has to be very adaptive. So it has to be very nimble that allows us to basically be flexible enough to fix the framework if and as when and needed. It should help solve real problems with real solutions. And that's what SMART model is about. And what does Smart Hub does? I've been building a lot of smart hubs across different parts of the world. It's community driven. I don't use the word research, I use the word research-based solutions. I just don't say research. Let's do research. No, we have to have a research-based solutions. Innovations and interventions are a critical component. Skills-based education and entrepreneurship and employment. If we are going to rely on only when we will get some funding, then not many things can be accomplished. So we might have to think a little bit differently on how to generate ideas that could help execute that. So what I do is, as a part of the Smart Hub, I'm using technology, intersectionality with the community data to generate meaningful information and use it across those 5 parameters. So that's where the Smart Hub is coming. Just to give you a quick snapshot, I'm not sure if you're aware, but I was in Memphis, and one of the things, the first thing I went as a dean, I said, we need to have a model for public health education in high schools. I was doing my workshop yesterday, and I heard that there are a lot of challenges in Kazakhstan also about mental health and other issues related to youth. It's so interesting that there was no school of public health, where the public health education has been brought to the high schools. So if we want to improve the health of the people, we need to invest in the youth way early. Whether you want to educate them on planetary health, whether you want to educate them on climate health, whether you want to educate them on substance abuse, mental health, it has to start in the beginning. So we are the first school of public health around the world that has brought public health formal education to high schools, which means students in grade 11th and 12th can take undergraduate coursework in public health, which means students are now learning about disparities, talking about climate health in the high schools. And this is something which I propose that high school model must be brought to Kazakhstan at early. Public health clubs. In the high schools, we have normally some activities in high schools. We have chess club, we have cross-country club, but there were no public health clubs. So I want to emphasize that public health clubs is our first time that high schools have now, which means students are part of the solutions along with the problems that they are seeing themselves. So if you want to come up with solutions, you have to bring people with you as a part of the solution. The third is public health hackathon. It was very interesting 3 years ago, and I invite Nazarbayev University to participate in the hackathon. 3 years ago, I had in Memphis proposed that we should have high school compete with each other to find solutions to the problem. Only 7 high school students came. I was told that this is a very failed model. Students are not going to be interested about that. Last year, we had 90 students, 16 teams from 4 continents. That means there's a strong appetite for innovation, creativity, co-creation of solutions. We have to think out of the box. And we just can't do the same things again and again and expect a different outcome. That is not going to help us out. So I present this model. Why? If you want to impact in any way, whether it's obesity, whether it's substance abuse, whether it's mental health issues, you name it, it has to start at the high school level. The students for the first time can take education at the high school level all the way to the doctorate path. This is a very unique approach of how we have institutionalized public health education at the high schools. Of course, I would love to take it to the middle school, but I was told that why would you not take it to the middle school and not only to high school? Because we need public health ambassadors in high school to train the middle school students also. So if you want to impact health, and whether it's planetary health or climate, you need to educate the youth way early and not just in the conferences. So this is a model which looks like we have a range of things. Basically what we've done, we've taken public health in every nook and corner of everything. So public health clubs are in high schools, public health dual enrollment is a career pathway, public health in action is now offered in about 19 countries around the world. Hackathons connect people from different countries around the world. Public health on wheels, we are now taking a bus with 25 students to different locations around the city and teach them about public health. And this public health case change makers is a seed funding that we are giving to the students to come up with solutions to the problem. So we have to empower the young about the importance of public health. This is very interesting. We were told that, oh, I don't know if somebody will participate or not. It's unbelievable the amount of countries that are starting to see. The schools are participating from across the world to go to. We are hoping that we'll be reaching to about 100 countries by the spring semester of 2026. And that tells you the importance of public health. So if you want to really improve health and well-being of the people, you must bring public health education at the schools level. This is how our students, we give them different ideas. This time the theme was about empower youth for digital health and well-being. We had students, we had Malta, we had Uganda, we have India, we had US, we had Africa. There were several countries which were participating. And these are young students who are coming up with ideas on solving this. So one of the things could be that maybe by the end of this two-day conference, we can have a hackathon in the entire Central Asia, where students can come up with solutions to look at planetary health issues or water issues that are impacting Kazakhstan. You'll be surprised the amount of ideas that might be out there. These are some of the public health club activities. I do want to emphasize that we were able to take our students to Geneva at the World Health Organization, and where the students presented their ideas on how they view public health. And this is, to me, this is not happening in an academic setting. This is happening in a community setting. This is not happening as a research activity. This is happening as a real world activity that's going on. So we've been expanding. If you look at, actually now, we have students from Kazakhstan in our program, in Public Health in Action. So this is a curriculum that we teach students in high schools. I want you to take a moment to look at what we are teaching them at high school level. This is storytelling with public health data. So it's such an important aspect that we are educating high school students about how to really solve real world public health problems and solutions. And this pilot initiative now is in 12 countries with 70 plus students participating around this. So the goal is that in earlier presentations, a lot was being focused on sustainability. So you have to have a new way of thinking if you want to create a sustainable solutions. I did cover a public health diplomacy thing, which was why public health diplomacy is needed in the 21st century, a lot more than ever before. There's an urgent need to tackle numerous global health threats. Countries do not solely interact through traditional diplomatic channels. And public health diplomacy, you know, like I can't just carry on my bag and say, I'm going to go and do research in Uganda. I have to have some connections on how to do that. So how do you really operationalize your research around that is another area. Commitment to local, regional, and global cooperation and governance is a very important element. One of the proposal is that maybe Antonio can have public health diplomacy hub here in Kazakhstan. That could be a hub for the Central Asia. Communicating complex and technical information in understandable, persuasive way. So we deal with policymakers, we deal with politicians, we deal with the civil servants, we deal with members of the civic society, non-government organizations. We must be able to communicate the information in a way they understand. It's very important that we engage multiple sectors, multiple actors, and that can influence public health outcomes. So many of the times, health is not a priority, for example, Ministry of Tourism. Maybe Ministry of Tourism should be here at the table. And maybe the Ministry of Urban Planning should be there. So you need to have multiple stakeholders to engage in the space of public health. So this is where we established our first public health diplomacy lab at Memphis School of Public Health. And if you really look at it, I'm applying the same SMART model to the public health diplomacy. Because what it's doing is, if we want to, let's say, take planetary health, which is a theme of this conference, you can't accomplish planetary health without having people which are also a stakeholder in that. So you need to bring private partners, you need to bring some trade related things, you need to bring legal, regulatory affairs, intellectual technology transfer, you need to bring people from international affairs. So all those stakeholders are critical. And we at the end of the day must know, are we teaching the students with the skills that are needed to engage in this way? So this is the definition of public health diplomacy. If you can take a moment to read this definition. To the best of my knowledge, this definition was agreed upon by all the regional public health associations around the world. And that in itself is a public health diplomatic effort. So this was a consensus definition that was built, which says we must effectively communicate, facilitate, negotiate. And in my workshop yesterday, I had asked, how many of us are being taught on how to do negotiations? Do we teach consensus building? So that means if we want to really collaborate across different sectors, we must also know that we have the skills to facilitate dialogue. And it should be community-informed approaches, equity-focused, and human-centered values to improve health and well-being. These were the countries. We had 15 countries representation with WHO and World Federation of United Nations coming to Memphis. And the first Public Health Diplomacy Summit was organized. We are going to have our second one coming on March 21st, 22nd, 23rd in 2026. We're expecting about 45 countries this time. This was a publication that was done. I think it was very interesting because when I was coming here, we had a very similar kind of an approach, but in 2 days, we actually came up with a full publication on what the themes came out of the conference. So this could be something that a way forward kind of a planetary health thing comes. This is my incubator. I'll just talk a little bit about this very quickly. I do community engaged research, community policy and advocacy, capacity building. And I want to give you some examples of the topics that we are addressing here is these topics, and the reason I put this slide out over here was, how do you take the research into practice? And how do you really translate the findings of your research into practice? as a dean and as an academic setting, there are certain things that I am not able to do, which I would strongly believe that I can do it. So that's where you need to think that you can start your own incubator. I know I had a meeting this morning that you were wanting to focus on mental health issues. We must think out of the box to create our own entities, startups, incubators that allow us to deliver on something that is unique. So the areas of focus that we picked was this. We had about 35 projects which we were done on that. I want to, if you really look at it, this is the level of community outreach that has been done. How many organizations or schools of public health around the world show their community outreach? Trust, remember, in the 21st Century Public Health Challenge, we said trust is a big factor. People need to trust you because we are able to deliver. We are not just researchers. Academics just cannot do research. It has to take research into practice. So these are community initiatives that we have done. These are some of the initiatives I just wanted to do. Second, if you want to influence policy making, you must make the data publicly available and show the dashboards. Once, it's very interesting. This is a project when it was being done on Sustainable Development Goals. I was asked by United Nations to come and give a talk on this. This was the first such dashboard on SDGs in the urban slum settings, where the parks are, the drinking water facilities. And if you can start presenting the data to a public platform, this could be a very strong diplomatic as well as an advocacy tool. Very, very strong. This is our first health ATM. You've heard the term ATM machines. You put your credit card, you take the money out. This is the first health ATM where blood pressure, weight scale, and blood sugar is connected to the person. And anybody can actually come to the platform. And simple, easy to weigh. It's available, affordable, accessible, whether you are literate or not literate. I know that access in Kazakhstan was one of the issues to healthcare. And the technology has been deployed in very difficult to settings. So this framework allows us to basically take the healthcare to the people rather than expecting the people to come to us. As you know, COVID-19, New York Times dashboard was being cited, Johns Hopkins dashboard was being done. But there was very interesting that for the global south, there was no dashboard for the COVID-19. Interestingly, that was so interesting that there was no such dashboard for that. And the policy making was not able to be doing, it was all PDF documents, text. And so this was the first time that the smart platform was created. And this platform allowed us to influence the policy making on the distribution of the vaccines and the supply chain logistics. What I'm trying to emphasize over here is that we must think creatively on how to influence policy, advocacy, and diplomacy. It has to be data-driven. And if you start to make that information available, you will be surprised to see the response that will come back to you from the different policymakers. This was the first platform in an Indian scenario. There was no dashboard. Can you imagine a 1.5 billion population in a country like India not having a dashboard for COVID-19? And this was created where an individual could go and look at entire state level data and the test set. This was a very powerful advocacy tool to influence decision making in terms of that. I don't know in Kazakhstan if there are publicly available dashboards, but I would highly emphasize if there are any publicly available data sources, you should be able to put that into the dashboard state. So that would be another way to highlight that. Lastly, any work what we do must have an impact. How do we measure impact of the work what we're doing? So the way the smart impact is being done, it's done at 4 levels. It's done at the social level, economic level, health level, and at the data level. So at the social level, how many people have been trained with the necessary skills and have been made informed or aware about the different conditions? At the economic level, how many people have been created in employment? How much products have been created? At the health level, how the platforms that have been created have helped in preventive practices and self-management? And the data level is very critical because this is an ongoing needs assessment. We generate new knowledge and inform policymaking. I would say to solve global health challenges, we need systems thinking. We need creative leadership. We need human-centric approaches. We need an innovative and an entrepreneurial mindset. And we need data-driven and evidence-informed information. The way forward, more research is needed to which public health innovative initiatives are most cost-effective. If you have to deal with the policymakers and the politicians, I have learned from experience, they expect you to only make 3 PowerPoint slides: problem, solution, and the cost that will take for its implementation. As long as you have these 3 slides, that's all what matters to them. If you're going to go there with an academic lens, that doesn't work. The second component is we need cross-sector and cross-institutional collaboration among higher education institutions, industry for development of cost-effective products. We need to explore some existing templates and how they can be applied in the various realms of public health. And I would say we need public health leaders with diplomacy and systems thinking skills, effective communication, and people who can learn to cope, adapt, be resilient and empathetic, especially in the era of complexity, uncertainty, and unpredictability. Lastly, I would say nothing comes easy. You know, it's been 13 years for me. Obstruction is opportunity, innovation is struggle. I would say to you only one thing, that if you have an idea, don't shy away from that. Just go for it. Let people say whatever they want to say, but if you want to go ahead and do it, they will. It's been quite a journey. I think solution-centric is a very important element. Like, people are expecting to see solutions to the problems. They're not expecting to just see more research that goes on. That's what I would like to end with. Thank you so much for your patience and your understanding, and I'm open to your questions.
Very much. Thank you very much. Oops. We have some time for questions now. Sure.
Hi, so I'm Sarah Steinberg from Wyoming, and I was just curious about the partnerships with the high schools that you formed. So like right now, our college has like a separate like summer camp club that they do for the like the middle school kids and everything and the high school kids. But how do you make those connections directly with the high schools to kind of get these students in?
Well, this is a great question. I'll tell you. I'm going to be very honest. If you go with a top-down approach, it's not going to work. I did not go to the superintendents of the schools. I went directly to the school principals. And that has been a very interesting move and has worked out very, very well for us. And public health clubs in our case is not just kind of an ad hoc. It's all throughout the year activity where staff and students from the School of Public Health is designated every week to visit the different high schools. Wow. So it is a very big commitment from our side. As a matter of fact, it has become kind of a national model right now. We have had almost, after we've got about 16 schools in, we are hoping that we will be now in all the 13 districts of Memphis, Shelby County area.
That's amazing.
This is not an easy thing, I can tell you that, and you may recognize it. But I think not going to a top, and this is also somewhere public health diplomacy skills comes in. So sometimes you have to be very low profile and just get the things done before you make a noise. And once the work is done, I think people start to be very appreciative of that.
And so we're medical laboratory scientists in the US, and we work pretty close with our public health laboratory. How would you recommend bridging that gap to create this like smart relationship, if you will?
So I think like you must need an early adopters. I think not getting you may not be able to get everybody on board with you, but I think if you have one or two people who feel very receptive and just go with the risk of starting a pilot and not wait for the most ideal scenario, and things will come and fall somehow. But I think that's the way to go. We need a disruption in the system, frankly speaking. We need disruptive innovation right now. And I would say that we must challenge the system and challenge the norm. So if I have to say that, I would go with an early adopters to come up with an integrated care of both patient care and maybe like clinical and public health kind of a lens to that approach.
Okay. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Ashish, thank you for revealing those exciting web of connections. It's a remarkable vision that you have. I want to ask you about the role of engineers in engineering and the role of structural tools to help public health capitalize on other industrial changes that have made their systems robust, but have often failed healthcare. So what is the role of the system engineering and engineering sciences working with public health to be able to deeply and more authentically reflect the challenges as well as the implementation frameworks for action?
Yeah, that's a great question, Paul. I think in my view, as much as we can train students about systems thinking, I think what is really missing is a systems thinking lens. And in systems thinking lens, we can show people about how to connect the dots, where the role of engineering. As a matter of fact, myself, for 4 years, I was in a college of engineering. I was the only public health professional in a college of engineering. And I can tell you that the engineers think like building blocks, and healthcare people don't think like that. Okay? So I would say that using the building block model from the engineering lens is a very important aspect of compartmentalizing healthcare in that space. So if I was a person, and I think this all starts with curriculum changes. We must train the workforce about connectedness and how to connect the dots. That's where the gap is right now.
I have a comment on that, because I think this is a critical component between the difference between disciplines. And the idea from simplify engineering versus public health is that, and in occasions, there's in occasions not typically, it's the typical discussion. I have the tool, and then let's find the problem. And then you find with the situation in which you have to adapt the problem because they have the solution has already been developed. And that creates like the not easy connectedness between these two disciplines.
Yeah, I think for too long, healthcare has been siloed. We have been trained in such a way that we are not orienting to think out of the box and able to connect everything. I think the missing link is the interconnectedness. And engineering component is really like a building block. So we need to start training our healthcare more like a building block kind of a thing. And that we can't be rigid. We need to be flexible. We need to be dynamic and adaptive. And we need to be nimble enough if we want to make a disruption. So if you take an example, let's say out over here, you can take any issue, whichever. For example, if you want to take mental health, that's what I heard, that mental health is a big issue right now. You can't just focus on mental health. You need to first understand what's causing the mental health issues. Is it the environment? Is it the systems? Is it the structural changes? Or is it just anxiety and depression? So we are too much thinking on managing a condition. We are not too much thinking about prevention. And prevention has to be taught through interconnectedness. So I think the systems thinking is a very, very important aspect. The second is multidimensionality, that disease or manifestation of a disease is not happening with just singular. It's on multiple levels. So I think that's where the gap is, from my view. I would rather say that we must be able to allow, whether it's medical doctors, I think we have some physicians sitting here, the physicians must be taught about some system thinking actually, that will allow people to cross-pollinate and cross-sector, cross-institutional collaborations.
Last time? Good. I have another question, which is it's related, but also in a different dimension. So the concept of evidence in different disciplines, but also in different sectors is different. It can probably at the policy level. I'm doing a clinical trial. We know what is a clinical trial, but in public health, you're not going to be able to do clinical trials. So how to transmit the expected results of typical observational studies that you may have been conducting, measuring dashboards, to strong evidence that can contribute to support decision making.
Yeah. So if Antonio, I'm getting your question is, I think what we are doing is, yes, clinical trials is one component which brings the objectivity, the evidence, but public health has some observational studies. But remember that qualitative data of what people believe and perceive is a very important element. I think for too long, we've left community out of the equation. We are researching a problem, but we are not making community a part of the solution to the problem. So I think what we have to do is a little bit rethink that, is it really we are solving the problem for somebody, or are we trying to make them a co-creation of the solution? So at least I can tell you from my experience of so many countries around the world, when you go to the community, you'll be stunned about the solutions that they might be able to propose. And for too long, we are thinking as an ivory tower, and we have forgotten that we have to step out of our academic boundaries and go to the community. As long as we can bring them evidence in a way that is understandable, is a key component. The second thing I would like to say here is a lot. When I started this public health education model in the high school, the first question that came to me by the students was, I asked them, what is the biggest issue for public health for you? And I asked some of the legislators, what is the biggest issue in their lens? They said, obesity is a big problem, substance abuse is a big problem. But believe me, the biggest problem reported by high school students was hopelessness. It was hopelessness. Nobody would imagine that hopelessness could be a public health challenge. So I think if we can bring the clinical trials or whatever you want to call objective evidence, but not to discount or discard what the person is perceiving or believing in, I think that's where the very big gap is right now. So if you want to address any issue, I would encourage you to basically take this step to go to the high schools and not to tell what problems, ask them how to solve the problems. Reframe the question in a very different way. If you're going to tell X number of students in high schools are going to have X number of problem, nobody's going to like it, believe me. But if you're going to say, tell me what is the solution to the problem, then you have a much better buy-in.
Okay. Thank you very much, Aziz.
Thank you very much.
All right, good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to today's session, Sustainable Clinical and Pharmaceutical Waste Management Practices in Wyoming, United States of America. My name is Sarah Steinberg, and I will be I have the pleasure of serving as your moderator for the session today. And we are excited to bring you a presentation that highlights not only best practices in waste reduction and environmental stewardship, but also the innovative approaches emerging from clinical and educational settings around the state of Wyoming. Today, we're joined by two leaders in clinical laboratory science and healthcare education, whose work significantly advances both the profession and sustainable practice. The first speaker that we'll have today is Mr. Jed Dockstetter, an associate professor and director of the Medical Laboratory Science program at the University of Wyoming, and a personal mentor of mine, longtime mentor. Jed brings a wealth of real-world clinical experience, having worked in a large community trauma center and in specialized neurosurgery facilities. He spent the last 18 years training and mentoring the next generation of laboratory professionals, shaping both their technical excellence and their professional identity, like me. In addition to his academic work, Jed serves as the president of the Wyoming chapter of the American Society of Clinical Laboratory Science, and he sits on the board of directors for the National Accrediting Agency for Clinical Laboratory Science, also known as NACLS, positions that allow him to influence the profession at both state and national levels. He is also a certified Green Lab ambassador, advocating for environmentally conscious practices within laboratory environments. Our second speaker is Sarah Romer. She is the director of clinical education at Casper College and my colleague there. She holds a Bachelor of Science in Medical Laboratory Science from Weber State University and a dual master's degree in Clinical Laboratory Science and Education from Rutgers University. She brings more than 15 years of hospital-based experience performing high-complexity testing, specializing in transfusion medicine and hematology. Beyond her clinical work, Sarah founded and operated a children's computer science and STEM education center, where she created a hands-on curricula in coding, computational thinking, and problem solving, demonstrating her passion for interdisciplinary innovation. In her current role at Casper College, she leads the clinical education component of the Medical Laboratory Technician program and teaches hematology and advanced hematology in both Casper College and the University of Wyoming. She plays an instrumental role in the curriculum development, clinical partnerships, and student preparation for professional practice. Her work reflects a deep commitment to exceptional laboratory science education and preparing our future workforce with the skills, professionalism, and adaptability needed in today's healthcare laboratories. At this time, I'm going to turn the session over to our speakers as they share their insights.
Well, thank you, Sarah. Greatly appreciate it. It's an absolute honor to be here today. I'm going to move forward through some of the formalities and maybe we can stay on track with the time. Okay, thanks again. So the scope and the purpose and focus area of this presentation, the scope and focus is really going to be directed at healthcare sustainability and the practices in educational labs as well as clinical labs in our profession. Now, the first part of this presentation is going to be directed at our educational labs, our teaching labs that cater to our 2-year medical laboratory technician students, as well as our 4-year Bachelor's of Science medical laboratory science students. The second portion of the presentation will cover the results of a study of healthcare sustainability in clinical labs across the state of Wyoming. Now, there's a slight change to this presentation. The UW School of Pharmacy was originally incorporated into our sustainability presentation, but due to the time constraints of this presentation, we will only be focusing on MLT and MLS clinical laboratories. For this presentation, we will use the WHO definition of healthcare sustainability as a health system that improves, maintains, or restores health while minimizing negative impacts on the environment and leveraging opportunities to restore and improve it to the benefit of the health and well-being of current and future generations. So why speak from a clinical lab perspective? Laboratories are resource-intensive spaces. We utilize 10 times more energy than a normal average size office space. We use 4 times more water than office spaces. And we generate 5.5 million metric tons of plastic waste each year. I'd like to give you an example of what that waste looks like if you've never been in a clinical lab. Now, in the United States, the vast majority of people have no idea what occurs in a clinical lab. They don't understand the waste that's generated or what we even do. Kazakhstan seems to be a little bit different because so much of the nursing faculty work in clinical labs as well as medical doctors. That's been a very interesting experience for us coming here. So here's an example of average lab waste, and this is based off of the clinical chemistry department, as well as BMP and CMP comprehensive metabolic panel and basic metabolic panel orders. So what they say is approximately 35 to 45 grams of waste are generated per test just to get the sample itself. Okay, that's included with the PPE, that might be your gloves, that might be your needle, your hub, tourniquets, alcohol pad, the tube, gauze, etc. 35 to 45 grams per test. Now, I don't know exactly how many BMPs or CMPs are ordered each year, but the CDC does estimate that approximately 14 billion lab tests are performed each year in the US. And a significant portion of that is going to come from the chemistry department. So that's a huge amount of waste. Now, once we get that specimen itself, it's got to be placed onto an analyzer of some sort so we can actually test that. A study in 2025, it was a multi-site study, estimated that performing 1 million, basic metabolic panels across major chemistry analyzers, and there's 4 of them, yields anywhere between 486 kilograms to 160,000 kilograms of solid waste, mostly single-use plastics, in US hospitals. Okay, that's a huge difference, right? Between, and the number was lost in transition, it's not up there right now, but 496 versus 160,000, significant difference. And the difference is just the methodology and the type of testing analyzer you're looking at. For example, in the upper right-hand corner, that's a Vitros 5600, that's a dry slide technology. They use reflectance spectrophotometry and dry slides to analyze these specimens. So it has a huge amount of solid waste with it. We have COBOS analyzers, which we saw at a different clinical chemistry lab somewhere in town. I'm kind of lost where I'm at, but and those are liquid, those are fluidic systems, so they have way more water. They have liquid-based systems. So they don't have the dry slide, they don't have the solid waste to go into biohazard trash, but they do have a significant amount of water waste. So it's always a trade-off. So that's an example of just one department. Now think if this was a morning batch specimen, right? So between 5 and 6 in the morning, we're going to go from each patient's room. You're going to get more than just a chem panel. You're going to get probably a CBC or a CBCD, as well as a coag specimen. That's a purple top and a blue top as well. Those specimens are going to go to different departments as well. You're going to generate more and more waste. And it's always single-use plastic waste. Okay, so our overall goal and part of this presentation is to figure out how to develop a sustainability plan. So the next thing we want to discuss is the regulatory aspect and oversight of waste management. So clinical laboratory waste management in Wyoming is regulated by a stacked, interconnected framework. Okay, regulatory oversight occurs at the federal, state, local, and institutional levels. The federal level, which is our top regulatory authority, provides overarching guidance for hazardous waste management. And that regulatory authority is composed of the EPA, OSHA, CDC, DOT, and CMS/CLIA. Okay? But the primary implementation and enforcement side of things occurs at the state level. So the state, within Wyoming, we have the Wyoming Department of Environmental Quality, the DEQ. That's the compliance and enforcement that occurs through the solid and hazardous waste divisions, our air quality, and our water quality divisions. We also have the Wyoming Department of Health, and that takes care of our healthcare licensing and surveys. It gets all the way to the local level where we look at landfills, we look at water treatment, and they have the ability right there to approve or restrict treated infectious waste disposal. At the institutional level, that could be a university laboratory, that could be a hospital laboratory. We have internal compliance programs, such as hazardous waste collection and chemical hygiene plans. So all of these layers actually apply simultaneously with your Department of Environmental Quality and your Department of Health, serving as the primary state regulator for hazardous, biohazard, air, and water compliance. So everything that we do has to follow their rules, regulations, and compliance requirements. Now, one challenge that we do not face in the state of Wyoming and most of the US is inadequate facility quality and management. Our solid waste landfills and water treatment facilities are generally well regulated. They're well maintained and consistently meet high operational standards. I would assume that is different in other parts of the world. So that's one thing that we don't have to worry too much about. Now, the last consideration that I'd like to discuss before covering sustainability plan strategies is looking at some of the key challenges that we face in the clinical lab for sustainability. On the left-hand side, these are key challenges that you're going to see in just any clinical lab. On the right-hand side, you're going to see some of the challenges that might be more rural, location specific. On the left-hand side, again, high use of single-use plastics, that's key. That's all of healthcare, right? We have that issue with every floor in a hospital, every department in a hospital, but that's the main driving issue with sustainability with a clinical lab as well. Biohazard and chemical safety, these are all policy-driven, how we handle our biohazard and chemical supplies. So that reduces our ability to reuse, recycle, as well as decrease waste and environmental impact. Now, budget limitations, again, that's another aspect of anything in the hospital as a whole. But most healthcare systems are hesitant to spend money on sustainability initiatives unless you can show return on investment. So that is a difficult aspect of that. Energy-intensive equipment. If you've been into a clinical laboratory, every single department has a special analyzer. There's a special piece of equipment for every single thing that we do. Those things run 24/7, every day, nonstop. You're using a huge amount of energy in these labs. And the last thing, cultural resistance to changing workflows. What we see is hesitation or pushback that occurs when healthcare workers are asked to change long-standing habits, routines, or workflows. Sarah Steinberg has pointed that out to me a million times, that I don't like change. And that's maybe just who I am as a human being. I don't know. So then looking specifically at the rural environment, and I think our state of Wyoming is very similar to the regions of Kazakhstan, okay? So the state of Wyoming is about 100,000 square miles in size. That's about 253,000 square kilometers. And we have 550,000 people. So a relatively large area and very few people. And that drives some of these other sustainability challenges. So in some parts of the state, as well as in the US, we have limited recycling and waste management infrastructure. That causes longer transport distances for hazardous and biohazardous waste. We also have high operational costs due to small laboratory volume, which causes limited funding and administrative support. Another thing that we see very consistently is vendor constraints in isolated regions. There's been times where we've wanted to purchase a specific analyzer from a vendor, but they don't service our state, because why would they come to a state that has no people? Also, our state is very fossil fuel heavy. Now, we have a relatively diverse energy sector. We have hydroelectric, we have a significant wind energy production, but we are a coal producer. Okay, we saw some of the images on a previous presentation of the pollution that we see. That is our world, and it is what it is. So how do we make a sustainability plan? Now, this is kind of driven if you are a part of a hospital or a lab that you have not started working through this process. So the first thing that I would recommend is choosing an organization that can guide you. Okay. On the left-hand side, there's 3 organizations that will guide your efforts towards healthcare sustainability. And they're organizations, standards, and certifications that provide direction to a sustainable lab. They're not all going to be applicable depending on where you are at your development, but they are examples. So the LEED certification, Leadership in Energy and Environmental Design, that looks at building sustainability certification. Okay, that's an entire building. So if you're doing a new construction, or if you're doing lab renovation, that might be something that you want to start looking through and following their guidelines. Okay, ISO 14000 Environmental Management Systems. Okay, this is a global set of standards that help organizations manage their environmental responsibilities. They look at entire hospitals as well as labs. They really give it a way to monitor, improve, and document environmental performance. You can always start there. There's some great opportunities in that system as well. I would recommend My Green Lab certification from mygreenlab.org. I do not get paid from them, even though I am an ambassador and I sound like I'm selling them. But it's as easy as it gets in terms of understanding sustainable practices. And My Green Lab is just a nonprofit organization that provides lab sustainability direction. That's all it is. They're going to focus on energy efficiency, water conservation, green chemistry practices, waste reduction and proper segregation, sustainable purchasing, and staff training. It's really a good starting point. So moving on to the core pieces of an actual sustainability plan, you're going to start off by finding governance and leadership. Who's going to be the sucker that steps up to lead that? Who's going to be the champion that leads the initiatives? Maybe somebody will volunteer. There's going to be individual departments, and you can have separate committees for each one of these as well. Looking at energy management. How can we reduce labs' high energy consumption? Waste reduction management, reduce, reuse, recycle. Each committee can be a part of that. Water conservation, implementing water-saving technologies. Sustainable procurement, purchase eco-friendly instrumentation. Optimization of total testing processes. Reduce resource use from test ordering to reporting. Education and engagement, having regular training on sustainable practices, and then obviously monitoring and reporting, conducting waste and energy audits. It's a full system to ensure long-term sustainability in the lab. And when you look at sustainability as a whole, a lot of times it just takes a little effort. So I'd like to show you some of our strategies that we use in our teaching laboratories based off of our sustainability plan. Now, a lot of times this isn't something where you have to go out and spend millions and millions of dollars. You know, you can start small. Truly, every little drop in the bucket turns into something larger than a drop. Okay. So looking at segregation of waste. Now, the WHO states that the waste generated by healthcare activities, about 85% is general non-hazardous waste, and the remaining 15% is considered hazardous. Okay. A significant amount of non-hazardous clinical laboratory waste, though, is inappropriately disposed of as biohazard waste, and that can range from 50% to over 80% of the total waste stream. Okay, that's a big deal. The reason that that's a big deal is that biohazardous waste is typically 7 to 25 times more expensive to dispose of. And there are estimates that larger hospitals could save up to $100,000 a year with proper segregation. Now, looking at biohazardous waste, again, the kind of definition of biohazardous waste, waste that contains potentially infectious agents such as pathogens and recombinant DNA, and that can spread disease. It must be decontaminated, it must be autoclaved, okay? Non-hazardous waste, your general paper, packaging, non-contaminated plastics. Disposal can usually occur in your regular waste systems. So in our lab, just through education with the students and with images of appropriate waste receptacles, we saved 10%, or we saw a 10% decrease in biohazard waste disposal costs. Moving on to energy and water conservation. Start with the low-hanging fruit. Do what's easy. Do what doesn't cost a fortune, okay? So we went through some of the concepts that somebody mentioned earlier that are minimal, right? We changed all of our bulbs to LED bulbs, which use at least 75% less energy than incandescent and 50 to 60% less than fluorescent bulbs. That's cost saving right there, and they're not expensive. Install motion sensor light switches in appropriate spaces. Lighting makes up to around 15% of the energy used in a lab. We recently purchased new student microscopes, and we ensured that they were low energy LED bulbs. Okay, that's part of the procurement side of things. Turn off equipment when not in use. Water baths, scales, centrifuges, hot plates, incubators. You know, that's something where it's so easy to walk out of a lab. Sometimes you're just used to seeing that red light on that piece of instrument every single day. And, I am? Okay. So I think we might be doing good, I'm not sure. So collectively, if every lab in the US was to turn off one piece of equipment overnight, it would be equivalent of offsetting the emissions associated with driving 150 miles or 241 million kilometers. Okay, I want to move on so that you have time really quickly. So water conservation, another thing that we did that was super easy, we installed low flow aerators to our high use faucets. We went from 4 gallons of water a minute to 2 gallons of water a minute. Super easy. It saves. If every single lab in this world did this, we might be better off. Okay. I'm going to switch to lab recycling. Now, this is kind of an interesting one. We're not just talking about the segregation of waste, as we just described, but clinical labs across our state actually donate equipment. They donate expired reagents. They donate expired serology tests and kits to us. So instead of just throwing them away because they can't use them, they donate them to their educational labs. That allows us to reuse those, and that saves our individual programs thousands and thousands of dollars. You know, so if you're associated with a facility that you constantly are throwing away these kits, is there a educational program that you could donate those to, or maybe even at the high school level to show them ELISA testing and some of the serological based testing? That's a great idea, right? Okay, lastly, educate students. You know, it's just like everything we discussed, reaching out to the high school students, reaching out to your individual programmatic students, have them start, at some point, they're going to be the future of what we do, and they can move forward with this lineage of sustainable healthcare. So after implementing sustainable practices in our labs, we were curious about the sustainable healthcare waste practices in clinical labs in Wyoming, and I'm going to invite Mrs. Sarah Romer to discuss the results of that survey.
Okay, perfect. Thank you so much, Jed, for that great background and overview. I think it really highlights why healthcare waste management and sustainability practices are so important, not only in our state of Wyoming, but also on a global scale. And listening to the opening address this morning, I was really impressed with Dr. Ginto's challenge to all of us to continue to drive forward sustainability practices, regardless of our respective fields, whatever field that we're in, to continue to work towards those practices. So for us as medical laboratory scientists, one area that we're choosing to really focus our efforts is on healthcare waste management and making that more sustainable. So in order to be able to do that and to see how we can keep improving, first, we needed to kind of get a baseline to ascertain how our institutions in our state are currently performing while measured against our local and national regulations, as well as within international frameworks such as the World Health Organization and CDC guidelines. So in order to do that, we developed a survey tool or a questionnaire that we titled Sustainable Healthcare Waste Management Practices in Wyoming. And we built this survey directly from the validated framework of the World Health Organization Healthcare Waste Management Survey. And so using this tool, we were able to take it and apply it to several different types of facilities across our state in order to evaluate 10 major domains in healthcare waste management and 63 specific indicators. So doing this helped us to be able to establish a baseline, like I said, of how our facilities across our state are currently performing against these measures so that we can take that information and then analyze it and make recommendations of how we can continue to improve our processes throughout our state. And because our state, it does have very unique kind of situations, but any place that has a medical laboratory that generates waste similarly to ours, these recommendations would be applicable to anywhere on a global framework as well. So briefly, why did we choose the WHO validated tool? And the answer for that is very simple. It's because it provides an internationally standardized and globally recognized structure for assessing healthcare waste systems. It is reliable in rural areas, also areas like us that have a very mixed infrastructure. We have a variety of facilities that range from very, very small urban or rural locations to larger urban locations that have difference in sizing, staffing, and infrastructure needs. So framing our survey within the WHO standard and the WHO framework makes this overall tool, allows us to be able to compare our performance, not only amongst facilities within our state, but also to magnify it on a global scale and be able to compare it with international benchmarks as well. So for our survey, we tried to implement a very large, cast a wide net, if you will, on the different types of facilities that we have specifically in our state of Wyoming. So we sent this survey out to large regional hospital laboratories. We also sent it out to smaller outpatient surgery centers, to private physician offices and small individual physician labs. And we also sent it out to several educational and clinical laboratories and facilities. So using this tool to evaluate all of these different locations was beneficial to help us ascertain how are we doing not only in a clinical setting, but also how we're doing in an educational and academic setting. And by surveying this broad mix of environments, it helped us to be able to assess both our current statewide practices, but also be able to assess the practices that will continue to shape Wyoming's healthcare waste management landscape going into the future. So our survey kind of split into two different domains. We focused on our operational domain, which is things like how our staff are performing operationally day to day in the facility. These are the things that you can see and witness with your own eyes when you go into the facilities. It focused primarily on segregation of waste containers, transportation of waste within the facility and without the facility, treatment of that waste and how it was processed, final disposal of the waste and how that was curried, as well as the various sanitation processes. The second kind of major category that our survey fell into was the governance domain. And the governance domain really reflects the systems that help to support our frontline actions. So it includes training programs, regulations, budgetary concerns, and policies. And by examining both our operational and our governance domains together, we can see not only what is happening right now in our day-to-day facilities, but also how well these practices are supported by our leadership and administration in hopes of continuing the sustainability efforts moving forward. So after we got the results of our survey, we did a little bit of data analysis, and this is kind of a visual representation of what that looked like. In our survey, we used a 4-point Likert scale where 1.0 indicated non-compliance and 4.0 indicated exceeding compliance. And our threshold for acceptable compliance was a 3.0. So you can see by the images up here that overall our facilities in Wyoming performed very well. All of the domains that we measured were above that 3.0 compliant threshold, which was great from a beginning sustainability standpoint issue. As we continued to analyze this data, we saw that there was some very clear score distributions. One in our operational domains. All of our operational domains had our highest average scores, which means these areas reflect the routine and hands-on practice that tend to become well-established through repetition as well as staff experience. However, our governance domains comparatively showed much lower scores. And these components are things that require much more coordinated planning, system-level support, which typically tend to evolve more slowly than those frontline practices. So overall, we were pleased with these results. They do indicate that Wyoming does have a solid operational foundation. However, we do have clear opportunities to be able to reinforce administrative structures that support our long-term healthcare waste management sustainability goals. So here I wanted to just talk briefly on the things that we were doing well, our overall strengths in this survey. When we looked at our strengths across our survey, we saw again that our operational performance was very strong. Particularly our highest was in the use of proper storage in containers. So this could be anything from biohazardous red waste, it could be sharps containers, anything that requires a particular individual container. Overall, our facilities are performing very well in that, which is very important because WHO data shows that improper container use can increase regulated medical waste by up to 30%. And then doing so also drives up your high energy treatment, such as autoclaving or having to incinerate that waste. So strong performance in this area here really reduces occupational risk as well as an environmental impact. Another area that we were doing quite well in is our training and regulations. As Jed stated, in the USA, we are very highly regulated, and so with that comes appropriate training as well. So we scored a 3.4 on our survey, and this indicates that our staff, the operational procedures for the staff is very well implemented. It also indicates that they are using appropriate PPE when needed, and that they have strong adherence to the established protocols. From a sustainability standpoint, training is one of the most effective interventions that we have. The World Health Organization and the CDC report that regular healthcare waste management training can reduce hazardous waste generation by up to 40%, which helps to improve segregation accuracy. So our third section kind of goes along with the storage containers as well. But our third component that we scored well in was waste segregation and handling at 3.38. And this is just another key sustainability driver that shows how we are doing as a whole statewide. So moving on to some of our weaknesses, we did have several weaknesses. Our lowest scoring indicator was mainly revolving our governance domains, or more of our administrative systems, which is where we have the most room to improve. Our lowest scoring indicator by far in the survey was with our policy and budget constraints at a score of 3.1, which reflects a need for more routinely updated procedures and policies and clearer budget structures. These components are essential for planning sustainable waste strategies, supporting reduction and recycling initiatives, as well as ensuring continuity when staff and leadership changes. Another weakness we have was off-site transport. So the majority of our facilities do hire a third-party carrier to come in and remove the waste once it has been collected. And having a score of 3.24 in this area does point to gaps in our chain of custody documentation. Without having full transparency of the hauling process of that waste, we can't really guarantee or verify whether it's being handled and managed appropriately and sustainably. And this is an issue that has been repeated as well in the WHO and the CDC literature and guidance. Another area that we have room to improve is in our treatment domain, and that was at a 3.28. So this suggests limited visibility into how waste is processed before its disposal. That means several of our facilities were really unsure what was done with the waste after it was collected, whether it was sent to a landfill, whether it was autoclaved, whether it was incinerated. And so not having that visibility or knowing how the waste is treated before it's disposed is a challenge, because the treatment of the waste is one of the most environmentally intensive stages of the waste cycle. It affects everything from our emissions to our energy demand, and then also our downstream risk. So uncertainty here in this domain makes it difficult to assess environmental impact or evaluate more sustainable options. And finally, another weak link for us was our sanitation and wastewater. Our sanitation and wastewater federal regulations and policies are very strong, but this was in regards more to the administration and reporting of how that happens on a daily basis. So this shows a need for more consistent administrative infrastructure that supports sustainable healthcare waste management. So we made a table here. Once we found kind of where our weak leaks were, our next step now is to focus on strategies and recommendations of how we can move forward and how we can continue to improve our sustainability in regards to our healthcare waste management issues. And these were very simple recommendations that we feel like would be very easily implemented, not only in our laboratory, but also any laboratory globally who is facing these kinds of healthcare waste management issues. So we wanted to focus, when we put all of our information here in this chart, we really wanted to focus on high priority recommendations, things that would be very easy to implement with low cost. And so you can see here we had five different categories. A recommendation category, the impact that the recommendation would have on sustainability, the ease of how easy it would be to implement this recommendation, how much it would cost, the time to implement it, and then our overall priority for our personal goals. And we will talk a little bit more about each specific recommendation. So our highest priority recommendation, and the one that we felt had the greatest system-wide impact, is the implementation of a standardized annual healthcare waste management reporting system. This was the area in our survey that we found was the least consistent across all of our facilities and across all 10 domains that we measured. Yet it can be a very simple fix to implement, and it offers one of the strongest returns for improving both compliance as well as long-term sustainability. So developing a statewide reporting template would ensure that every facility, whether it is a large hospital, a smaller academic lab, or an individual physician lab, would document all the same core information in the same format each year. Having this simple consistency would enable us to do things like track trends year to year and facility to facility. It also helps to strengthen our regulatory preparedness and provides clear evidence for decisions, evidence that you can then take to your administration or your leaders to help inform decisions based on staffing maybe, or equipment or infrastructure needs. So having this information helps turn our laboratories from reactive problem solving into proactive data-driven planning. And importantly, the most important thing about this improvement is that it is very low cost and low barrier to implement. It doesn't require any kind of new technology or infrastructure. It's just a simple shared template with clear expectations and routine administrative follow-through. And because it touches nearly every governance area that we assessed, strengthening this one single element produces measurable benefits across the entire healthcare waste management system. Our second high priority recommendation would be to strengthen our disposal and documentation and chain of custody documentation. This step is essential because it connects the waste a facility generates to the waste actual treatment and final disposal. In other words, it kind of closes that loop of visibility, which is one of the most important sustainability tools in a health care waste management system. And globally, chain of custody tracking is considered a foundational requirement by the WHO, the UNDP, as well as the CDC. So implementing a shared documentation template, requiring waste haulers to report treatment and disposal details, as well as conducting periodic verification audits are very low burden interventions that will significantly improve the outcomes. Very briefly, we have another high priority recommendation would be to improve your policy and budget modernization. Obviously, these are very important. These are the systems that help support and sustain the daily work that the employees are performing. So without improvements to these areas, the sustainability won't be able to move forward into the future. So having things like an annual review cycle helps keep policy aligned with current regulations, equipment, and waste stream changes. Another, we considered this a moderate priority, but is to develop collaborations with non-governmental organizations and external partnerships. Several of the organizations that Jed mentioned previously can do things like help you write grants to get more funding for these initiatives, help you write policies, and help you train staff. So all of those things help to accelerate improvement. And then finally, an annual wastewater review and monitoring. As I mentioned before, our wastewater and sanitation system are very highly regulated in the US, but having administrative oversight and documentation of these processes helps to improve sustainability in the long term. So finally, in summary, our findings show that Wyoming already has a very solid foundation of operational practice, and the opportunity now lies in reinforcing the systems that support that work. Systems that do things like enhance documentation, improve oversight, and open the door to more sustainable waste pathways. So for us in Wyoming, and hopefully on a global scale, a path forward is pretty clear, that we are both, have both practical and optimistic recommendations, which are to start with high impact, low effort changes, build the policy and documentation structure that supports them, bring in external expertise when it expands capacity, and then maintain steady evidence-informed progress. By taking these steps, we can create a more sustainable, resilient healthcare waste management system, one that protects not only Wyoming's environment, but also supports our healthcare and educational institutions and contributes meaningfully to global sustainability and healthcare waste management. So, thank you very much for allowing us to share this time with you.
Thank you, Jed and Sarah, for that excellent and thought-provoking presentation. We will now open the floor for questions.
Спасибо. Thank you very much, Jed and Sarah, for your excellent presentation. I will ask in Russian. Oh. Yes, please. Thank you. My questions regarding, could you say a little bit more about education and engagement of working staff, your staff? Do you have a unified program, like for that staff just come to your organization? You understood me? Like we did within our car seat project. We created a unified program. It doesn't matter who is, it is a physician or nurse or other non-medical staff. And this is just like basic introduction course where we are trying to explain use, because in Russian, it's for me, it's more easier. So this is like introducing for our staff some WHO documents, etc., strategic documents, etc. Or you already tell us, show like you have some different training course where you focus on a special topic like waste management, etc. So do you have like introduction course for your staff, and how you engage your staff in this issue of environment sustainability health, in the health sector? Thank you.
So the education.
Do you want?
Oh, sure. There we go. Is this working? Okay. So the education as far as medical laboratory science in the United States is very different, we have learned, than it is in Kazakhstan. In Kazakhstan, we've learned that it's primarily doctors and nurses who work in the laboratory system, whereas in the United States, we have a completely separate educational program. And it's a tiered system. So students can come to our university and study for 2 years and get what we call an associate's degree or a diploma. And at that point, then they can work in the laboratory doing moderate complexity testing. After that, students can stay and complete a 4-year bachelor's degree. Then they would be medical laboratory scientists. And medical laboratory scientists can then work in the laboratory performing the majority of high complexity testing that's required. So that is kind of how we differentiate a little bit our educational practices. As far as having like an international course or a course specific on healthcare waste management practices specifically, we don't have that built into our framework, but it's something that we implement every day in practice within our student labs and within our institutions, practicing good healthcare waste management to be able to continue kind of that movement forward. Do you have anything? that you want to add, Jed?
I would think some public health programs out there around our state would have more guidance towards that, the regulatory side of things. As Sarah mentioned, those will be components that are spread out through our curriculum. I think the big difference too is that we have a very distinct segregation from our education side versus clinical practice. So the education side is not melded together until students go through a clinical practicum rotation. So we don't actually have that kind of hospital-based relationship that I think is very common in this area. So they get the theory and then they go out and do the practice, where I think a lot of the models that I see here really meld theory and practice together at the same time.
To kind of add on that too, so our hospitals in the United States are, we do have mandated training for biomedical waste, like appropriation. So where if it's not saturated in blood, then it needs to go in the regular trash. If it's not a sharps, if it is covered in blood, where it goes, and those employees, as they said, it's a little less on the educational side, but it is regulated by the education coordinators in the hospitals. What other questions do you guys
Thank you.
have? Looks like another question.
Thank you for your presentations. And it's great that our presentations today were really talking to each other, right? And reinforcing the need for, concrete, actionable solutions to address the planetary crisis. So I love that our presentations are in sync. I'm curious, and first and foremost, when you said laboratory scientists, right? It's interesting because as we speak, I'm also giving a talk, although it's recorded, in a conference of pathologists in Egypt. So even the pathologists who are working in the lab, they're also beginning to think about how to green pathology practice, which is, laboratory medicine. So my question is in relation to that. Can you share with us some of your experiences or insights, challenges faced, and also interventions when it comes to dealing with, the people? Because you mentioned, you describe how you protocolized, different things, and also the infrastructure side, the supplies. But I think what we're realizing is the most difficult component or aspect to deal with is people and their behaviors. Which ones do work, the carrots or the sticks, right? And for example, even within the lab, there's this dynamic between the physician pathologists and the rest of the laboratory staff. So if you can give us a glimpse of how you dealt with the people part of change making, that will be awesome. Thank you.
I'll start with that. I think we can all probably pitch in our 2 cents on this. So again, the structure is very different in the US, and I think it's been brought up multiple times in these presentations that you have to have top-end kind of administrative support. That's what drives change. I mean, us at the bottom can kind of have these grand ideas, but unless you have the financial support, unless you have the administrative support, you're not going to go anywhere. So when we run into circumstances like this, say we want to really focus on, say, waste segregation, because that's a potential for a massive amount of money lost. You have laboratorians doing something, you have physicians doing something. In the US, pathologists have the power. So in the US, pathologists have the power. If you get the pathologists on board and the pathologists say, this is what we are going to do, everybody will follow that. And the pathologist and the medical doctor are eye to eye. It's just they are the medical doctor of the lab world. So that's one way, is to just get the administrators to say, this is what we're going to do. Sometimes at the lower level, and you guys can probably pitch in, it's a little trickier because, they say you can't teach an old dog new tricks. Sometimes I fall under that myself, unfortunately. But, what have you seen with some of that with the lower level?
I think definitely it begins at the student level, because something that we've implemented, all of our faculty in the last year and a half, is training our students the appropriate waste management. And that's really where it starts, because if we can explain the why to them as they're brand new, fresh, before they even go out to the hospitals, then they are going to carry out those appropriate practices as they go through. And then on the educational side, when I was an educational coordinator at a hospital, training nursing staff and other staff on appropriate biomedical waste management, it's really, again, about giving them the why. Why are we doing it? Why should we care? Why can't we just throw our regular gloves in the biohazard waste? And trying to emphasize to them, this is why, this is the cost, this is the effect that it has on our facility and our planet globally.
Yeah, I was just going to add to that what Jen and Sarah have reiterated is true, that it does often take a top-down approach to make meaningful and lasting sustainable changes. And so in our educational facility, while I may not be able to be the one who controls the budget and be the one who gets to the final say to approve maybe some strategies or policy changes, I might not be the top dog there, but in my classroom and in my laboratory, then I get to be the top dog there. And I get to say to my students, this is why we're making these changes. This is why we, segregate our waste this way, and explain, as Sarah mentioned. And so I might not be the top of the pyramid, but in my classroom, I get to be the top of that pyramid. And so I can have an effect with my students that way, and hopefully help them see the importance and just create that culture from our level where we're at and down, even if we can't get buy-in from those who have maybe more administrative power or budgetary power over us.
Thank you. Awesome. Thank you guys so much.
Okay. Good afternoon, everyone. I hope you're still with us today. We are now near to the end of this conference. So welcome once again to the first session for the oral presentations. This is about the climate resilience and environmental health system. My name is Paulo Colette, and I'll be moderating this session. Each presentation is 10 minutes. So our strategy here now is to have all the presentations complete their part. And at the end, we'll have a question and answer portion. So please take note of those questions, save those. And once all the presentations are complete, then we'll have a fruitful discussion. Would it work? All right. May I call on the presenters to please step on the stage and have your seat here. The first presentation is titled Association Between Extreme Precipitation and Acute Intestinal Infections in Kyrgyzstan, 2011 to 2014, by Professor Samuel Han from the University of Central Asia, Kyrgyzstan. Sir.
All right. Thank you for the introduction. I'll just start briefly by introducing myself. My name is Samuel Han, and I am based in Kyrgyzstan with my colleague here, Sally Chavalsova. I've been in the region for a little over a year. I came through a Canadian-funded fellowship initially. And right now we're working on a really exciting project that looks at the climate and health interaction, also funded through SIG Kids Center for Global Health that's based in Toronto, Canada. Usually, I try to keep my presentations more broader in scope to give a bigger picture image, but I think for the allotted time, this time I wanted to keep it narrow and see what other kinds of perspectives we can gather on the topic from our colleagues after as well. So without further ado, I'll get started. I think giving a little context about Kyrgyzstan could be helpful in this case. While there are a lot of similarities, especially with southern Kazakhstan in the hydrological sense, especially the mountainous landscape, 94% of Kyrgyzstan being mountainous, I think it's important to know that there's also a good amount of variance when it comes to precipitation. What you have here is the regional variance in precipitation by millimeters going from the southern region, Bishkek up top, and the Izhkol, all the other oblasts as well. And thinking about it from a clinical public health lens, rainfall can have a lot of different effects. You know, if there's too little or too much, there are different consequences when it comes to infection rates. But I think what maybe not, what could always be further developed is a solid quantified data set or analyses when it comes to, you know, the baseline, what we're working with, and the concrete evidence to base policy off of. So with rainfall, we decided to look at the last 15 years in Kyrgyzstan and see how has that affected across oblasts, across different regions, the infection rates in terms of the incidence of acute intestinal infections, and look at also how it's not just about the total volume of rainfall, but compared to the usual, is essentially how much more of an anomaly of rainfall has caused different rates to occur in the observation. So yeah, essentially, as I stated, that's the objective. And the way we designed this analysis is we conducted an ecological panel study. We had a panel for year oblast data and then calculated the incidence based off the population from the National Statistics Committee. And then there's a really nice data set based in UC Santa Barbara that has a lot of precipitation data across stations worldwide. Some of you may have heard of the CHIRPS database. So we used that to calculate anomalies based on what is the long-term historical average rainfall, and accordingly, what are the years, what are the oblast year data points that had high, quote unquote, 25% rainfall, which of them were low on the other end, and what were some of the threshold aspects to the gradient in change. So just starting off the snapshot across the roughly 15 years of data, we see that rainfall, it's not exactly, you know, consistent. There's a lot of variance. In Central Asia, 2021, there was a big drought that affected Kyrgyzstan for sure, and a lot of other regions as well. And this is across the average for all the nationwide. But at the same time, we want to focus on the regional variance across different oblasts. And this is what we have here. We see that the pattern, while roughly speaking, follows a certain kind of observable trend that seems similar. There's also Batken region, for example, that has much higher, up to 1,000 plus incidents per 100,000. Whereas if you look at Osh, you see the lowest rates, and despite the variance, overall it stays much lower than the average across oblasts. You see Bishkek, for example, there was a spike around the COVID time, and a lot of these covariates I think should be considered, so we can't draw an immediate causation. There's certainly geographical variance that has a lot of quick swings, which makes rainfall prediction, you know, particularly tricky. And we tried our best to model this based on a two-way fixed model. So talking a little more about regional trends, as I mentioned, I think this table, just to highlight what kind of concrete data we have, is that Batken, as I mentioned, had the highest incidence by far, and that's also coupled with the 1.89 anomaly, which means that the unusually high amount of rainfall, amount of wetness was extremely prevalent, whereas for the other regions, it was the other way around, or roughly in the similar range across the years. So overall, there's a bit of a cluster when it comes to higher incidence and wetter oblasts. And there's a moderately positive correlation that we can draw about how the acute intestinal infection rates, just from the data perspective, is correlated with rainfall. Once again, there are a lot of different covariates and factors to consider, but as far as controlling for absorbing national shocks and being able to compare this based on intra-oblast data, this is what we were able to find. And then we did some threshold comparisons across the rainfall groupings, and there is almost a 50% increase in the observed acute intestinal infection cases for the high rainfall category compared to the low. And then across the gradient as well, going from dry, normal to wet, we also see a very clear increase that's completely statistically significant. And just to reiterate, I think the quarter gradient is really important to note because the binary model of, if something is wet versus dry affecting the outcome is difficult to do in this model because of the limitations when it comes to granular data. But the directional continuous variables point to the fact that there is some form of meaningful observation we can make. So talking more about the implications and discussions that would come out of this as basis to start is that rainfall variability appears to influence the incidence of acute intestinal infections, and particularly in the strongest, the most wet years, we see the strongest increase after all. And that the limitation that I mentioned is essentially about the continuous anomalies being captured in the intraoblast. And the next steps we would want to do based on the basis of these findings would be to look at the higher resolution, going to the monthly, weekly. We can look at more, I would say, traditional distributed lag models, examining the timing, and then looking at mechanisms that also integrates a lot more covariates and wash factors about the quality of water when it comes to access, what population across different oblasts are able to have access to non-contaminated water sources. And ultimately, the aim is that we'll be able to inform the early warning systems and do it in a manner that's focused in high incidence oblasts and prioritized for adaptation planning. So just to wrap up in the big picture sense, water is particularly a topic of mine as it intersects with climate and health that I've been passionate about. I first started off this journey in investigating public health from the climate lens, from looking at waterborne diseases, infectious diseases, and what kind of virulence factors they carry. And I think just looking at that diagram that I put out, which I really like, there's so many different ways that the Sustainable Development Goals, for example, ties into water as a critical source. And I think in putting this in context of not just Kyrgyzstan, but Central Asia, when it comes to cross-border cooperation, because as they say, water knows no borders, is something we should always be talking about. We should be thinking about how we want to navigate the diplomatic aspects of cross-border cooperation and water health data to ultimately improve surveillance, to improve resilience against environmental precursors to the disease. So with that, thank you so much. I'll pass it off to our next presenter.
Thank you, Professor Solomon. So our next presentation now is titled Narrative Review of Water Quality in Kazakhstan, the WHO Recommendations Compliance Perspective by Professor Evelina Dedeko from the School of Sciences and Humanities, Nazarbayev University, Kazakhstan. Please.
Showing up here.
So, yeah, I don't think it's not at all.
What should I do?
There's a technical difficulty.
Oh,
Could
no,
you?
no.
Yeah. to the next presentation, and then so we will call the IT guy.
Okay.
Okay, all right. So, I'm sorry, we're having a technical difficulty at the computer, so we'll proceed to the next presentation, and after that, we'll go back with Professor Evelina. So the third presentation would be titled Musible as a Sustainable Natural Analytic, Strengthening Climate Resilient Health System by Professor Adil Jarmukambetov from University College London, United Kingdom. Sir, please.
I'm not professor, I'm just an MSc. I'm not even doctor. I'm not even PhD, just graduate. Where is my presentation, guys? I think we should start. I don't see my presentation. Presentation will be very interesting for all of you, I think. Презентация будет невероятно интересной.
The presentation will be very interesting for you. Maybe you won't even fall asleep.
Short one, and then we'll go back again here on.
Yeah, of course, I could wait.
All right, thank you. So I'm sorry for that. Now, the fourth presentation would be titled Central Asian Cooperation in One Health, Role of Regional Health Diplomacy to Strengthen Regional Health Security by Professor Alma Nur-Tazina from Central Asian Regional Center for Planetary Health, Sime Medical University, Kazakhstan. Please.
So, dear colleagues, so let me to start my talk, and we will already announce the title of my talk. And first of all, I'd like to say that Central Asian region is in a strategic position at the intersection of Europe, Asia, and Middle East. It has a rapidly growing population of already 83 million people, and shared ecosystems create both vulnerabilities and unique opportunities for collaboration, for collaborative health governance. Unique features of Central Asia region is geopolitical, historical, economical, trade, governance, cooperation, partnership, epidemiological, and animal health. Here you see a map of Central Asia region, including Kazakhstan, the biggest country in territory, Uzbekistan, Turkmenistan, Kyrgyzstan, and Tajikistan. Since this region has shaped ecosystems, agricultural systems, trade routes, and migration patterns, Central Asian region faces mounting challenges from emerging infectious diseases, zoonotic diseases like brucellosis, tuberculosis, echinococcosis, antimicrobial resistance, food safety risk, and food insecurity. To understand the concept of One Health and regional health diplomacy, I list objectives. It's first. The second is to examine the Central Asian cooperation in One Health approach as a transformative strategy for strengthening regional health security. And the third objective is to highlight critical role of regional health diplomacy in health governance in Central Asian region. Core concepts One of core concepts is one that One Health determined as an integrated, unifying approach that aims to sustainably balance and optimize the health of people, animals, and ecosystems. It recognizes that the health of humans, domestic and wild animals, plants, and the wider environment, including ecosystems, is closely linked and interdependent. Regional health diplomacy brings together stakeholders, ministerial departments, and disciplines such as public health, international law, international affairs, economics, informatics, and management to shape regional health policy and promote health and peace through effective negotiations. Which methods we used in our research? This research discusses the Central Asia One Health Framework for Action, which represents a paradigmatical shift from fragmented national health strategies to an integrated regional approach. This framework operationalizes the quadripartite alliance, including these four international famous organizations, through concrete mechanisms for pandemic prevention, food systems resilience, and enhanced agricultural competitiveness. We employ FUSI's framework. First is collaboration, communication, coordination, and capacity buildings. Regional health diplomacy brings together, as already mentioned, stakeholders and all other these organizations and structures to shape regional health policy and promote health and peace through effective negotiations. The One Health Framework for Action, emerging from successful regional health diplomacy among regional partners, is designed to deliver on three critical goals: strengthening pandemic prevention and preparedness, building resilient food systems, and enhancing regional trade. Regional health diplomacy for One Health Framework for Action. As a cross-sectional approach, One Health can be most effective advanced through regional health diplomacy, providing a strong platform for negotiation, shared priorities, and preventing future pandemics. And using regional health diplomacy as a health promotion strategy improves regional collaboration across health, foreign policy, and other sectors. Here you see different activities of regional health diplomacy, including regional engagement and multilaterals, negotiation, cooperation, coordination, humanitarian aid and disaster mitigation, health promotion, advocacy, salutogenesis. By the way, salutogenesis as a way, I'd say, antagonist to prevention, because salutogenesis is a defined approach to well-being in contrast to prevention of diseases. And to my opinion, that maybe it should be part of one of parts of public health, you say, interests. Climate change, planetary health, promote peace, equity, and access. Regional health diplomacy in action. To implement the One Health Framework for Action effectively, regional stakeholders spanning human, animal, plant, and environmental health, alongside foreign policy, finance, and human resource sectors, must recognize the necessity of deeper engagement and sustained collaboration. The Central Asian region leadership has succeeded in persuading all the member states to act diligently and commit to the agreed framework for action, thereby setting an example for other regions and countries on how to work together for future generations, health and well-being. And here you see a kind of history, One Health activities in Central Asia and the role of regional health diplomacy starting from July 2022 with One Health meeting in Tashkent, then consequent several meetings, international meetings in Central Asian region, and recently organized and provided in July 2025, Regional Environmental Center for Central Asia and the World Bank meeting in Uzbekistan. The regional health governance in the region. The Central Asia Roadmap for Health and Well-being, CARM, has implemented a governance framework to ensure national ownership along with consensus in decision-making. High-ranking representatives appointed by ministers promote cooperation within CARM high-level standing group. The standing group, endorsed by all Central Asian health ministers, convenes periodically and serves as an institutionalized catalyst for health collaboration within the sub-region. The ratification of the CARM 2022-2024 was emphasized in the fourth consultative meeting of Central Asian heads of state, convened in July 2022 in Cholpon Ata, Kyrgyzstan. And let me conclude next point. The Central Asian cooperation in One Health represents a paradigmatical shift from fragmented national health strategies to an integrated regional approach that leveraged shared geopolitical, historical, and epidemiological vulnerabilities as strengths for collective resilience. We call for the strategic implications to extend beyond health outcomes to encompass broader regional integration, establishing Central Asia as a pioneer in multi-sectoral One Health implementation. Regional health diplomacy functions as the critical catalyst for operationalizing the One Health framework for action, transforming the theoretical underpinning into concrete specific regional mechanisms for strengthening health security. Thank you very much for your attention. So this presentation is part of activities of our Central Asian Regional Center for Planetary Health, based on my university, Semey Medical University, and I represent this center. Okay, thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Dr. Alma. Now we are moving on to Professor Evelina Dedico for her presentation on narrative review of water quality in Kazakhstan. Please. And just a reminder for our presenters that we have only 10 minutes for your presentation, please, so that we will be using our time effectively. Thank you.
All right. Good afternoon, distinguished colleagues, presenters, and guests. My name is Evelina Dedico. I'm a bachelor student at Nazarbayev University. And today, on behalf of my co-authors, Zhanya Aidjanova and Dr. Vadim Yepiev, I'm honored to present you our work titled Narrative Review of Water Quality in Kazakhstan, WHO Recommendations, a Compliance Perspective. Today, I want to talk about something that touches every dimension of planetary health, public health, and environmental sustainability. Water quality. Safe drinking water is not simply a resource, it's the foundation for human well-being, economic productivity, and ecological stability. Globally, 2.1 billion people still lack access to safe drinking water, and 3.4 billion people are deprived of adequate sanitation. Every single day, over than 1,000 children under the age of 5 die from diseases related to unsafe water consumption and poor sanitation. These numbers remind us that water quality is not an environmental issue only, it's a social one. The impact is even more severe in regions where contamination combines with fragile ecosystems and unsafe infrastructures and limited monitoring capacity. Unfortunately, Kazakhstan is one of the countries where these challenges converge. In this review, our focus was on two main types of water contaminants. Those include potentially toxic elements. In this presentation, I will focus on cadmium and manganese. And the second type are microbial pathogens. For example, Pseudomonas aeruginosa, which WHO classifies as an unacceptable at any level in drinking water. Now let's move to the study objectives. Our focus was on our review had three key objectives. The first one was to analyze existing data sets about water quality in Kazakhstan. The second one was to compare this finding with WHO guidelines. And the last one was to identify gaps in monitoring, compliance, and policy enforcement. So now let me begin with chemical contamination. Cadmium emerged as the main contaminant of concern in several rivers of Ulba Basin, including Tikhaya and Filipovka. Cadmium levels reached up to 7 times higher than WHO standards. The primary sources include mining tailings, wastewater release, and soil leaching from long-term metallurgical activities. Now let's talk about health risks associated with cadmium. First of all, cadmium is classified as a group 1 carcinogen. It causes kidney damage to be specific tubular dysfunction. It leads to skeletal demineralization and bone fragility. On top of that, cadmium has a capacity of bioaccumulation over decades. This means that even low but continuous exposure can lead to chronic illnesses, especially in vulnerable communities. And now let's go to the previous slide. What about manganese? Its concentrations were recorded up to 4 times WHO limits in Ulba, Filipovka, and Breksa rivers. It's connected to the heavy metal mobilization from long-term mining. While manganese is an essential nutrient at trace levels, excessive concentrations are harmful. It's known to cause neurotoxicity in children, including memory, attention, and motor deficits. Also, some scientists connected with the increased risk of ADHD. In infants, high manganese exposure while drinking water is linked to lifelong cognitive impacts, while in adults, chronic exposure leads to manganism, a syndrome resembling Parkinson's disease. And what strikes me most is that all these health-damaging effects occur at levels only moderately exceeding WHO limits, while in our case, they exceed these limits by 4 and even by 7 times, and this is something that we should take into account. However, chemical contamination is only part of the story. Several studies, including a 2024 investigation in Pavlodar's Maisky district, show that microbial contamination is widespread. The pathogen Pseudomonas aeruginosa was detected in raw water, in water after treatment, and even at the point of consumption in tap water. On top of that, the total microbial count, TMC, was 6.6 times higher than the allowed limit. This signals us about a failure of treatment and distribution systems. Sources of contamination with Pseudomonas aeruginosa include leaking domestic wastewater, deteriorating pipe networks, and seasonal groundwater infiltration. Now let's consider health risks associated with Pseudomonas aeruginosa. Those include pulmonary and urological infections, so as skin and eye infections, also meningitis in severe cases, and it poses elevated risks for people with chronic illnesses or weakened immunity. WHO guidelines explicitly state that Pseudomonas aeruginosa must be 0 colony forming units per 100 ml, meaning that any detection indicates an acceptable public health risk. This all brings us to the larger topic of today's conference, planetary health. Water ecosystems are interconnected systems. When industrial waste contaminates a river, when failing infrastructure allows pathogens to spread, or when climate change alters hydrological cycles, it's not only water quality that suffers, human health is directly compromised. Clean water is not just a technical or engineering problem. It's a part of an ecological cycle that is influenced by mining, agriculture, urban development, and land degradation. Improving water quality, therefore, means improving ecosystems, governance, transparency, and infrastructure altogether. Next, our review highlights 3 major systemic gaps in Kazakhstan. The first one is monitoring gap. There is no continuous national scale monitoring program for either potentially toxic elements or microbial pathogens. Data are often fragmented, outdated, or available only through local studies. Without consistent monitoring, early detection and prevention are almost impossible. The second one is enforcement gap. Even when these limits exist, they are unevenly enforced. Industrial wastewater and domestic discharges typically exceed capacity of local treatment plants, leading to chronic contamination. And the last one is policy modernization and transparency. Current regulations do not fully account for combined chemical microbial risk, cumulative health effects, and long-term ecosystem impacts. Public reporting is limited, making community engagement much harder. And to sum everything up, I want to say that water quality is not just about numbers on a chart. It's a measure of how well we protect our ecosystems, our infrastructure, and ultimately our people. Kazakhstan has tremendous potential to align with global best practices, but doing so requires modernized monitoring systems, stronger compliance with WHO standards, investment in water treatment upgrades, and transparent evidence-based policy. Ensuring safe water is a matter of planetary health, and improving water systems is one of the most impactful, cost-effective ways to protect future generations in Kazakhstan. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you, Ms. Evelina. Now we may proceed to Mr. Adil Jarmukambeto for his presentation on mustinol as a sustainable natural anxiolytic, strengthening climate resilient health system. Please.
No, it's correct. I'm not professor. I'm just Adil. Specifically, I'm director on business development and science at biotech startup, neuropharma startup, Mindful Horizons. As the majority here speaks Russian, and the presentation is in English, я буду говорить на русском языке, чтобы вам очень хорошо все понималось.
So I will proceed, let me proceed in Russian. I believe that we all gather here for a very specific purpose. Today, all of us were speaking about sustainability of health, and I would like to start my presentation with the fact that 100% of all the diseases of people, not including orchonic and inherited diseases, means that our human bodies are not 100% stable. We cannot be honest with ourselves. We are not honest what we want to do in this life. We are not honest in our personal convictions, and that's why you have diseases starting from virus diseases to very severe diseases such as tonsillitis, pneumonia, or even worse, cancer. I work in a company which produces produces muximol. It's a type of fungi, and 30% of all the people already suffer from different mental diseases, starting from anxiety to other types of diseases, such as the deficit of ADHD. But what is the mission? The mission is not to keep people 24/7 healthy. No, just to improve general conditions. The problem is people do not use their brain 100%, and fungi and synthetic materials will help to use human brain at least 5%, because now we use our brain only by 3%. We are not ready for 4K, but using fungi, a human brain will be able to process high resolution images. The thing is that people are such creatures that you are guided. You're guided by your bosses, by your leaders. You are being led by someone else. That's why our mission is to familiarize you how fungi might be effective. Why mucimol? Why now? Why here in Kazakhstan? Actually, in many countries, including Kazakhstan, the molecules of muscimol are prohibited to use in healthcare sector. But in many countries, including Europe and the US, fungi elements are actively used in pharmaceuticals, and that's okay, because we need to allow people to use if they want, how to use it, and why they need that. Mucimol is the only chemical element in the world which activates A receptors of human brain. Some of the elements are even contained in other pharmaceuticals. But other pharmaceuticals containing some particles, they are not as effective as mucimol. The thing is that thanks to these elements, you reduce your anxiety, your compulsive thoughts. You observe world differently. You act as an observer depending on the dose that you consume. And of course, there are some sideline impact. For example, you have better, you sleep better, you have better productivity, and as a result, you feel generally better, and you enjoy your mornings. It's just a beginning. Now, here for four key growth pillars of our company. First is, of course, science and business. we need to provide this product to businesses and to earn some money. It's about the second is therefore about operation, and third, we need to develop our product to make it better, and fourth, marketing can change a lot of things. And of course there's a scientific pillar, and the founders of this project, they concluded that this product is safe and can be prescribed to the majority of people, even in the form of coffee or once again in super micro doses. Here, of course, it's about the next slide's about marketing, but I need to tell about that. Of course, there are always business side and marketing side. And we need to understand the differences of these levels, these pillars. Still, that's a fact that on the territory of the United States, these products are legal and successfully sell. Next, product portfolio. I need to present you how this product looks like and how you can buy it. Once again, what this product will give to you: no anxiety, a better focus, and other benefits. Musimol 1 and Musimol 2 are very similar. Actually, you can see them on the screen. There are three types. First, original, based on red Musimol. Next, Musimol Focus for better concentration. And third one, if you have severe insomnia, you cannot fall asleep. When, let's say, you drink melatonin or magnesium or drink anything to improve your sleep condition, but still it has no impact. That's why it will be very effective. Actually, if you will drink these pills, then you will come to a logical conclusion. Your brain will it will operate in such a way that you'll automatically understand when it's time to sleep. In your brain will trigger these processes. And next type is neuromeds. Actually, this is alternative to smoking and to tobacco sticks. But the difference is that you, instead of tobacco, you can still receive energy, and it improves your focus. It's available only in the US. And next is next type. Actually, it's more preferable for women. But to be honest, it can be consumed by both men and women, and even teens, because originally it helps to reduce stress for any human being. Next, we understand that market grows very rapidly. Now Musimol market covers Canada, the US, and I believe that we can achieve brilliant results even without marijuana and other less welcomed products. I will not dwell on the figures that you can see on the slide. The market of Musimol and other functional fungi grows predominantly in America. We call them magic mushroom. Biochemistry of functional fungi really change your brain chemistry in a better way. And I assure you, if you start to take these pills, if you buy it and start to practice it, you will see how your brain changes your reality, how your life becomes better. Of course, there are a lot of businesses, a lot of companies which want and plan to include muscimol and other fungi to their food additives. One of the pioneers is Canadian company, and the company I work at, Mindful Horizons. It's a Ukrainian and American organizations and other smaller companies. I wouldn't say it's a company, just small, let's say, businesses operating in the US, but still they have some market presence. To compare, I would compare this market to cannabinoids. In, let's say, in Astana, in Kazakhstan, you can purchase certain pharmaceuticals which actually has some small doses of marijuana. But the thing is that if Kazakhstan is ready for marijuana pharmaceuticals market, then of course Kazakhstan will be ready for muscimol. And I would tell that it's more preferable to consume functional fungi rather than marijuana. And if you have any questions or remarks, please, next slide.
Финансовая составляющая.
Of course, there are some financial overview. As I already mentioned, the US is the leader in this area. Of course, it's also actively purchased in Europe, but operation is a bit worse compared to the US. Here you can see our team. To the left is Vadim, is his co-founder and CEO. Next, Eugene, also co-founder. Now he lives in Kiev, very patriotic man. And Pavlo, he also works lives in Ukraine sometimes. He travels to other cities, and next is me. I predominantly operate in the US. That's it. Once again, I would like to exemplify myself. For the last 5 years, I didn't have any diseases at all for the last 5 years. Neither my colleagues, nor my parents, nor my friends believe that I'm a superman. No, I'm a simple, ordinary man, but still I'm a living example that person can live without any diseases. And I believe that muscimol can magically help you in your lifestyle and can help you your body. That's it. If you have any questions, you're welcome.
Now we'll move on to our next presentation. The title is Overall Toxic Effect of Drilling Fluid as Hazardous Factor to the Environment by Dr. Bidunov Kwanish from West Kazakhstan Medical University.
Саламатсыздар ма, құрметті конференция қатысушылары. Біздің алып отырған тақырыбымыз бұрғылау ерітіндісінің қоршаған ортаға қауіпті фактор ретінде жалпы уыттық әсері. Жалпы бұл тақырыбымыздың өзектілігіне келетін болсақ, баршаңызға белгілі мұнай және газ өндіріс орындарындағы өндіріс пен эксплуатация қоршаған ортаның мұнаймен, бұрғылау ерітіндісімен, бұрғылау қалдықтарымен ластануымен байланысты экожүйеге тікелей әсер етеді. Бұл жерде бұрғылау ерітіндісі деген не деген сұрақ туындауы мүмкін. Бұл мұнай өндіруде қолданылатын оның ажырамас компоненті болып табылады. Жалпы бұрғылау ерітіндісі қоршаған ортаға ашық су қоймалары, ауыз суы, топырақ және мұнайшылар мен тұрғындардың денсаулығына қолайсыз әсер етеді. Қазіргі таңда бұрғылау ерітінділерінің сүтқоректілерге, адам ағзасы мен қоршаған ортаға токсикалық әсері практикалық жағынан толық зерттелмеген болып табылады. Бұрғылау ерітіндісі құрамы жағынан көп компонентті химиялық болып табылады. Оның құрамында өте улы көптеген ауыр металдар кездеседі. Атап айтқанда кадмий, плюмбум, цинк, хром, никель сынды түрлері. Бұл графиктен бұл біздің тақырыбымыздың өзектілігін көрсеңіздер болады. Яғни бұл мұнай өндірумен айналысатын әлемдік державалар, соның ішінде біздің Қазақстанда. Демек, бұл тақырып тек қана біздің батыс аймаққа ғана емес, бүкіл әлемге ортақ мәселе дегенге келісуге болады. Зерттеуіміздің мақсаты бұрғылау ерітіндісінің жедел тәжірибеде жануарларға жалпы уытты әсерін бағалау және оның адам денсаулығы мен экожүйеге әлеуетті қаупін анықтау. Зерттеу дизайны клиникаға дейінгі тәжірибелік зерттеу болып табылады. Зерттеу үшін дене салмағы 180-220 грамм болып табылатын жыныстық жетілген тексіз аталық егеу құрықтар алынды. Барлығы 6 топ құрылды, бір бақылау және 5 зерттеу тобы. Әрбір топта теңдей 6 егеу құйрықтан алынған болатын. Жалпы зерттеу 14 күнге созылды. Бақылау барысында бақылаудың барлық кезеңде болған өлген жануарлардың саны мен уақыты, тамақ пен суды ішуі, дене массасының динамикасы үздіксіз бақыланды. Қозғалыс белсенділік көрсеткіштері, эмоционалдық құраушы әрекеттері, груминг эпизодтарының саны тіркеліп отырды. Бұл графиктен біздің құрған топтарды көрсеңіздер болады, яғни жаңа атап айтқандай бақылау тобы және дене салмағы массасына байланысты 5 зерттеу тобы. Эксперименталдық топтар 300 мг килограмм, 600 мг килограмм, 1200, 2400 және 4800 мг килограмм дене салмағына бұрғылау ерітіндісі асқазанға зонд арқылы бір реттік енгізілген болатын. Зерттеу жұмысы Марат Оспанов атындағы Батыс Қазақстан медицина университетінің ғылыми-техникалық орталығында және гистология кафедрасының морфологиялық лабораториясында жүргізілді. Зерттеу барысында қанда ферменттерінің белсенділігі анықталды, сонымен қатар жалпы қан көрсеткіштері зерттелді, және де ең негізгі ішкі ағзаларды атап айтқанда бауыр, жүрек, асқазан, өкпе, бүйрек, көк бауыр, ми, бүйрек үсті безі гистоморфологиялық зерттеу жүргізілді. Бұл жұмыс, тоқтала кететін болсақ, әлемдік стандарттарға, сонымен қатар евро стандарттарға РАФ нұсқаулығына 3R қағидаттарына сәйкес жүргізілді. Сонымен қатар университетіміздің жергілікті этикалық локалды комитетінің рұқсатымен іске асқан болатын. Және зерттеу жұмысымыз Қазақстан Республикасы ғылым және жоғарғы білім министрлігінің қаржыландыруымен болған ғылыми-техникалық жоба аясында жүзеге асты. Нәтижелерге келетін болсақ, бұрғылау ерітіндісін бір реттік енгізу жануарларда дозаға тәуелді айқын уытты әсерлерге алып келді. Атап айтқанда, қимыл қозғалыс белсенділігінің төмендеуі, тамақтану мінез құлқының өзгеруі, дене салмағының азаюы, цитолитикалық ферменттердің және лактат дегидрогеназаның белсенділігінің жоғарылауы байқалды. Жоғарғы дозалар алған жануарларда бауырда, бүйректе, жүректе және өкпеде айқын морфологиялық және гистологиялық өзгерістер анықталды. Олардың ішінде қан тамырларының толуы, қабыну инфильтраттары және дистрофиялық процестер болды. Перифериялық қан көрсеткіштері лимфоцитарлық буынының белсенуін және эндогендік интоксикацияның дамуын көрсетті. Тамақтану мен мінез құлқы. Жалпы бұл өзгерістер бұрғылау ерітіндісін қабылдаған жоғарғы дозаларда 2400 және 4800 мг килограмм дозаларында жем тұтыну және су тұтыну 5-7 күндері айтарлықтай төмендеген болатын. Соған сәйкес осы тәуліктердегі жануарларды зерттеу барысында дене салмағының ерекше төмендегені анықталды. Дене салмағының динамикасы 10-12%-ға дейін төмендеді. Бұны біз мына графиктен көрсек болады. 2400-4800 дозадағы егеу құрықтардың дене салмағы 7-ші тәулікте айтарлықтай төмендеп, 14-ші тәулікке қарай сәл жоғарылады. Ал 300 және 600, яғни төменгі доза алған жануарларда дене салмағына кері әсер тіркелмеді. Ферментативтік белсенділіктің нәтижелері. Қан ферменттерінің
Results of the study of enzyme activity. The activity of blood enzymes is an important indicator reflecting the degree of tissue damage during intoxication. After a single intragastric administration of the drilling fluid DF at doses of 2,400 to 4,800 milligrams per kilogram, a significant increase in AST, LT, and ALP activity was observed. The post-pronounced changes were recorded in LDH and GGT T activity, their levels increased at almost all doses. Hyperenzymia in the animals corresponded morphologically and historically to inflammatory and vascular changes in the internal organs. Next. Next, peripheral blood is a highly functional system that responds rapidly to harmful chemical agents during single intragastric administration of the drilling fluid. The number of lymphocytes and was increased in a dose-dependent manner. Other parameters, hemoglobin, platelets, etc., did not undergo significant changes. The increases in enzymatic activity, along with the rise of lymphocyte and confirms the general toxic impact on the drilling fluid. And to conclude, the obtained data confirms that the drilling fluid is a toxic factor with a clear dose-dependent toxic effect, and that it poses a potential threat to public health and environment, especially in the regions with intensive oil production. The study results underscore the need for comprehensive environment monitoring and for integrating toxicological data into healthcare systems that adapt to climate change. Thank you very much for your attention.
We are now on our last presentation. The title is Dermal Toxicity of Drilling Fluid Assessment of Risk to Ecosystem by Dr. Altinay Jurgenova from West Kazakhstan Medical University, Kazakhstan. Thank you.
Қайырлы кеш, құрметті конференция қатысушылары. Сөзімнің
Hello, distinguished participants of the conference. For me, it's a great honor to participate in this conference, to see my colleague and esteemed expert. I work in this area for over 2 years. And in my presentation, I will present the following information.
көмірсутектер улы факторлар, яғни осындай құрамда көп компоненттері бар, бұрғылау ерітіндісін қолданумен қатар жүріп отыр. Ал бұл қазіргі таңда осы антропогендік жүктеменің әсерінен, сонымен қатар осы климаттың өзгермелілігінің аясында барлық экожүйеге, қоршаған ортаға, адамның денсаулығына, сонымен қатар осы тері жамылғысына күшейтетін қауіп-қатер факторын күшейтіп отыр. Бұрғылау ерітіндісінің лабораториялық жануарларға күрістетін тері арқылы сіңірілетін әсерін ағзамен
The increasing intensity of oil conduction is accompanied by the widespread use to assess the dermal absorption impact on the drilling fluid on laboratory animals, taking into account the associated risks to the body and environment was the focus of the study. And let me present more details about this research study. Study design preclinical experimental. The research was conducted at the Scientific and Experimental Center of West Kazakhstan Medical University, named after Osmanov, and in the morphological laboratory of the Department of Histology. The dermal impact of the drilling fluid was studied in sexually mature outbred male and female rats with a total of 40 animals, 20 males and 20 females. In the subacute experiment, 4 groups were formed, 2 control groups consisting of intact animals that did not undergo any manipulation, and 2 experimental groups which were exposed dermally for 30 days. Behavioral reactions, number of vertical standing, grooming, feeding behavior, water intake, and body weight dynamics, gain or lost, were evaluated over time on day 1, 10, 20, and 30. And all the procedures were in compliance with the ethical international standards. On day 30 of the experiment, biochemical blood parameters were assessed, including ALT, AST, LDH, ALP, and total protein, albumin, cholesterol, and so on, as well as peripheral blood parameters such as leukocytes, erythrocytes, hemoglobin, and so on. Local and morphological skin changes caused by dermal exposure were also examined. And overall, the study was conducted on sexually mature outbred rats in accordance with OECD and ARRIVE guidelines, while adhering to FALAS and AVMA ethical standards. Research was carried out within the framework of the scientific and technological projects named Development of Taximetric Criteria for the Hazard and Drilling Fluids and Sludge, funded by the Ministry of Science and Higher Education of the Republic of Kazakhstan. And now let me present the results of this study. The first result was that morphological changes in the skin of structure included pronounced proliferation of the epidermal, germinative layer, thinning of the stratum corneum, intracellular edema of basal layer cells, swelling of collagen fibers in the dermis, heteromorphy of epidermal cells, and the presence of shrunken, pale stained nuclei. Interestingly, feed and water intake decreased on day 10 and 20 of the experiment and returned to normal levels by day 30. This pattern was observed in both male and female animals. On day 20, daily water consumption in the experimental group was lower compared to the control group. Next, about the dynamic of the body weight. Body weight of the experimental animals showed a decreased trend. The greatest reduction in body weight in the experimental group was observed on day 20 and 30 of the experiment. No sex-related differences were found in the dynamics on body weight changes. Next result. It was found that under conditions of dermal toxicity from the drilling fluid, changes in the animal's behavior reactions can be assessed by the duration of frequency of vertical standing. In the experiment animals, the duration of vertical standing decreased noticeably on day 10 and 20 and gradually returned to normal by day 30. This dynamics was more pronounced in male animals. Actually, within this research, we have found a lot of interesting details. It was just a general information. Thank you very much for your information.
For any of our presenters, for those who have a question or want to have a clarification, please raise your hand so that our colleagues there will bring you the microphone. Okay. Yes, please.
Thank you for all your presentations. My question is to our colleague who presented about regional health diplomacy for One Health. What's her name?
Yeah,
it's
Dr.
for you.
Alma. Yeah.
Yes, yes. I'm fascinated to hear about the evolving regional health diplomacy and governance here in Central Asia. My question is, do you imagine or predict or foresee that eventually some regional organizations or structures like ASEAN or European Union or African Union will emerge and will be established here in Central Asia, especially post-COVID? You know, for example, African Union has a very well-functioning Africa CDC, Center for Disease Control and Prevention. Meanwhile, in ASEAN, in Southeast Asia, until now, the Center for Epidemic Preparedness is not functioning. So I'm curious, what's the future for Central Asia? Thank you.
So thank you very much for your So thank you so much for your question. We just recently, you see, inaugurated our this regional Central Asia Center for Planetary Health, and regional health diplomacy is one of, I'd say, parts of our future work and collaboration. At the moment, it was happened in October 7th, and we invited also United Nations Universities, Belgium, UC branch, and we signed memorandum with them. And now we also are on the stage, and you see, we also, you see, field application. And now we are on the stage for preparing to become hub of Belgium, you see, University of United Nations. And at the moment, you see, we are busy with, you see, all these organizational activities and invited, you see, representatives of many universities from Central Asia countries, and agreed with them about our collaborations and determine first steps. And first of all, we are going to organize and conduct a regional research. I'd say a regional epidemiological research, because it can be done quickly, I'd say. Just join databases, okay, and do all these statistical inferences. Me, by myself, so I got some diplomas in epidemiology and biostatistics at the University of London and Harvard Medical School. I attended 1-year course there. And I think it is one of very interesting, I'd say, activities, because no literature, no data for Central Asian epidemiological study, they are very, very lack, so it's a problem. And regarding regional health diplomacy, it's also, we have one guy, and he is very proficient in this area, and our, you see, subsequent, you see, steps will be, you see, will be connected with these activities. Okay, so thank you. No, by the way, just a moment. So I'm sorry. So we are going, you see, to join this alliance for planetary health centers. And you see, we found this website, and now there were, you see, at the moment of opening and establishing our center, there were, can you imagine, 9 regional centers. But yesterday, I just checked it, already 10, you know, and we applied there and waiting for to become a regional center, a Central Asian regional center. Okay, they, by the way, they have Southern and Southern East Asian regional center, but no Central Asian. As you know, it's different.
That's great. You know, I used to lead the Southeast Asia hub. So it's great that Central Asia will now be part of the community. And it's also amazing to hear the emerging, you know, mechanisms in Central Asia. I think another thing that we need to explore is inter-regional collaboration.
Yeah.
Especially that, you know, there's a bit of, how do I say this, dissatisfaction towards the global processes.
Yeah.
But I think the regions like Southeast Asia and Central Asia can really work together. So we in Singapore and Southeast Asia would love to work with Central Asia.
It's great, you know, and you see, the main idea is to join, you see, to join and bring together our activities. We are different, but at the same time, we are human beings, okay? So, and I think it will be very interesting. So thank you so much.
Thank you, Dr. Renzo and Dr. Alma. I think we'll take another last one question because we're a bit behind. For all other questions or clarifications, please approach the presenters later on or tomorrow.
I have a question for, is it Evelina? Is that how you say your name? Perfect. So with the water quality testing in Kazakhstan, do you guys have like a water testing like standard in the country? And what are the like current thresholds beyond like the items that you reviewed?
Actually, yeah, we do have some standards, but I think that it would be better if our government would have kind of accepted those standards that are active everywhere around the globe, like WHO standards, so that the safe drinking water could have been ensured in our country too, because I think that local standards are not the best option in this case. Thank you for your question.
Thank you. Now, before I conclude this session, I'd like please your evaluation for our presentations because they would be awarding tomorrow for best presentation. The QR code is up on our screen right now. Yeah, this one. If you could scan and rate our presentation, please. And as you are doing that one, thank you very much to all our presenters and to our audience. And that concludes session 1.
Oh, Samuel, nice to meet you, John. We've been corresponding. Okay. Thank you so much, Evelina. Nice presentation. All right. Thank you so much to our last batch of presenters for today. Oh wow, what a jam-packed day for the first 2 days of the first Nazarbayev University International Conference on Planetary Health and Sustainability Healthcare. Thank you guys for being here up to this moment. Earlier we were like full pack, but now like these are the survivors. Thank you so much for staying with us. No? And I just want to give a brief shout out to my MSN students over there. Yeah, they stayed with us. Thank you. Yeah, before I let you go, I just want to announce that there are some changes in the program for tomorrow. Okay, because of one of the workshop will be in parallel with oral presentation. So we will have a very good workshop from Professor Barak, Paul Barak in 6:10. And then the oral presentations will be here. So please do scan this QR code for the updated program for tomorrow. And I hope, guys, I know that there's a lot of learnings that we already took in today, but I am very sure that tomorrow will be a lot more learnings, from our speakers. So please do join us tomorrow. And, after this conference, the next thing that you have to do when you go home is to plan on how to implement all the learnings that you have, got from all the speeches that we have for the 2-day conference. So I will not hold you for more time. Thank you so much, guys, and I hope to see you tomorrow. Bye-bye.